David Woolsey,
Here.
Joanne Iwamoto,
Here.
and Robin Christensen.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Then let's go live and start the meeting.
Right, the floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
So that was call to order. We were already in a public setting. It wasn't a practice session anymore.
No, sir. We have people on and we are ready to go.
Right, thank you. Well, that concludes the call to order and roll call. Moving on to the review of the December 15th meeting minutes. If the members would like to take a minute and review those, before we start with that, I would really like to welcome two new members, Joanne Iwamoto, the Cannabis Program Manager for Monterey County, as well as Robin Christensen, Substance and Addiction Prevention Branch Chief in the California Department of Health. It's nice to have you both. We really look forward to working with you. If there's any comments the members want to make, any welcome comments, any remarks, the floor is yours. In that case, we would take a couple minutes to review the minutes from our last meeting. If you are comfortable with them, then we can put a motion on the floor to approve as is, or if you have any suggestions for edits or omissions, kindly bring those forward.
I'll approve the minutes as is.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
With that, I recommend we table the motion and go to public comment. Christina, is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Thank you. Moderator, would you mind instructing the public on how to comment and opening for public comment, please?
You bet. Good morning, everybody. We are now taking public comment on agenda item number 2. This topic is on the public comment period is displayed on the screen. So please try to keep the comments limited at this time to this agenda item. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name. If you've logged onto the meeting, or by pressing *3 if you've called into the meeting. We are displaying instructions for your convenience. For the sake of time, you'll have 2 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning. When your time is up, you'll be muted and we'll move on to the next request. And each member of the public will have one opportunity to speak on each agenda item today. With no further ado, it looks as though we don't have any public comment on agenda item number 2.
Great, thank you. With that, public comment is closed. Can we get a vote on the motion on the floor, please? And a little note to my fellow members, when you are speaking, please turn your video on. Moderator, can we get a vote?
Oh, certainly. I'm sorry. All right. So the vote is to approve the minutes. So Member Bauer?
You can skip Member Bauer and go to the next member.
All right. Jeremy Brown?
Aye.
So we're taking a vote on the minutes, on approving the minutes.
Yes, I approve.
Excellent. Matthew Clifford.
Aye.
Excellent. Antonio Frazier.
Aye.
Chairman Jamalian.
Aye.
Kristen Nevedal.
Aye.
Sarah Payan.
I'm sorry, I stepped away for a moment.
No problem. We are approving the minutes from the December meeting.
Yay.
Member Shockley.
I approve.
Member Tupy.
Approve.
Member Woolsey.
Aye, yes.
Member Iwamoto.
Aye.
And Member Christensen.
Aye. Aye.
Right, the minutes have been approved.
Thank you, moderator.
I
That,
wasn't asked to approve the minutes. Member Brown, Imani Brown.
you were asked, I don't think you heard it, or maybe you had some technical difficulties. Are you?
I approve.
Thank you. That concludes item number 2. Moving on to item number 3, which is general public comment for any items not on today's agenda. If moderator, if you could just put up today's agenda on the screen, if you don't mind.
Stand by just one moment, okay? We're having a little bit of a technical issue here, so stand by for one moment, please.
That's fine. Take your time. Thank you.
Chair Kamali, we're trying to get a copy of the agenda. It's not on our PowerPoint.
That's fine. I think the agenda was published anyway.
Yes.
I can quickly, the main points are we're going to hear of the cultivation subcommittee. We're going to hear of the public health and community impact subcommittee, the medicinal use subcommittee, laboratory subcommittee, and the equity subcommittee. All these subcommittees have been doing a lot of great work, and they're going to present their findings and recommendations. So that's the gist of it. I think with that, we can open up for public comment regarding items not on the agenda. And I'd like to reiterate for public comment, please stick to the actual public comment that is relevant. Otherwise, we have to move on to the next commenter, and that way we can keep the relevant points on the relevant agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, and with that said, if you'd like to make a public comment, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon next to your name if you've logged onto the meeting, or by pressing *3 if you've called into the meeting. We are displaying the instructions on the screen for your convenience. And again, this topic is for items not on the agenda. Each person will have 2 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning. And when that time is up, you'll be muted and we will move on to the next request for comment. And each member of the public will have one opportunity to speak for each agenda item today. So with no further ado, move on to attendee Anthony Avalos. I've sent you a request to unmute. There you go.
Morning, all. Thank you so much for your work. As I like to say, the marathon continues. Now, although my public comment does touch on one of the items that we are covering, I do believe that my comment is unique and will not be covered by the item. The comment that I want to make is that as a San Diegan, as a direct descendant and a survivor of the war on drugs, I want to make sure that California is conducting an equity assessment, not only to identify the extent of the harm caused by the war on drugs, but also to monitor the health of the individual equity programs that are surfacing in the different municipalities throughout the state. So what I'm asking this body to do is to bring feedback from the community members, from those most impacted by the war on drugs, to state legislators, letting them know that we demand a statewide equity assessment. Thank you so much for your time, and let's get this party started.
Thank you. Next call-in I see is call-in user number 2. I've sent you a request to unmute. Call-in user number 2. All right, we will come back to you. Next on deck is caller Diana Esmeralda. I've sent you a request to unmute. There you go.
Hi. I also have a public comment, not on the agenda today. I am a person who lives in the city of Adelanto, California. We have 4 million square feet of cannabis grow, 2 dispensaries. 2 of the dispensary people on our committee were the mayor pro tem. They have now pled guilty for bribery and they're going to jail. But then there are people like me who call into the state and ask what is going to happen for us. You know, section 15019 of the cannabis codes states that there is some kind of an administrative remedy to this. Well, what I'm finding is that there are no administrative remedies throughout the Department of California Cannabis for things like this. I'm requesting an audit on the administrative processes in each department of the Department of Cannabis Control, because of the fact that I believe that there are not processes and remedies available to the residents of California who would like to have a license and participate in the public market, the commercial market. Also, medical cannabis patients are still being named as cartel members. We are blackballed in our community by our politicians. We are called criminals. And that needs to stop. The state needs to audit all of the cannabis programs within the state in each local jurisdiction. They are not giving us our money for social equity. They're not appropriately conducting their cannabis programs, just like the state is not doing their programs correctly either. All of these state licenses are stacked for cultivation, and now the state is going to allow.
Thank you for your comment.
Hold on just a moment. All right. Next caller is Thomas Mulder. I've sent you a request to unmute. There you go. Thomas Mulder, you're unmuted.
You hear me? Okay, thank you. So my name's Thomas Mulder. I'm calling from beautiful Humboldt County, California, full of legacy operators that myself is being discriminated on. This is a call to Nicole Elliott, anyone else in the DCC that carries. My license number CCL 18-0000803 expires on 3/13. I reached out in the middle of January to get this license changed from a medium ML1 to a medium outdoor, meeting all the requirements. There's a discrepancy with the lighting diagram that I was required to put up for a nursery greenhouse in 2018. I've been back and forth with DCC staff trying to get this remedied so that way I can afford to renew my license next Monday. I've been hung up on by DCC staff today and laughed at by when asking to talk to a manager. This is just complete discrimination against legacy operators. I feel that DCC should make sure that they prioritize helping legacy operators transfer from ML1 to outdoor or anything else legacy related before they worry about these conversions to large license types. It is the most frustrating thing. I've been held at gunpoint for hours by law enforcement. I've been raided by law enforcement. Unfortunately, I don't have a criminal record or any arrests, so I don't qualify for the equity fees. But I will tell you, if I was asked today by someone looking me in the eyes, I would tell them, don't go down the regulated world because you are treated like a criminal and you're discriminated against, even though you're trying to do the right thing. It's the most sad thing I've experienced over the last 5 years of my life, and it's very unfortunate. And I ask you now to correct these wrongs and do your best to make it right for the legacy operators. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. All right, next call in user number 2. Let's see if we can get you unmuted.
Hello, can I be heard?
You sure can. There you go.
Thank you very much. I'm Susan Tibbin, lovingly and legally, and we have a very small farm in Mendocino County. And I'd like to speak quickly on 2 issues. Referencing the previous caller about discrimination, it's hard to believe that this level of discrimination is existing in this day and age when people know better. Number 1, the Water Board of California has what seem to be very helpful call lines and referrals to other phone numbers. They actually say on their tape that they will not take any questions or render any assistance to any person who's calling about cannabis. This is just unbelievable. This is the second largest moneymaker, or was the second largest moneymaker in Mendocino County. That needs to be corrected. It was perhaps a mistake. Number 2, for those of us who interacted with law enforcement for many, many years, we do not want to be shut out of equity. Many of us, fortunately or unfortunately, actually don't have criminal records. There was a situation in Mendocino County years ago when basically it was pay to play with Eyster. Many people know about that. Going forward, helicopters have flown so low, it was terrifying. But for whatever reason, we ended up not being charged. But awful, awful things happened. There was a lot of trauma. And so we ask respectfully, please include us. Just because we don't have a record doesn't mean that we did not suffer from the war on drugs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joanna Cedar, I've sent you a request to unmute. There you go.
Yes.
You're on.
Okay, thank you. You guys are really dropping the ball on the hemp issue. The CAC has had conversations about intoxicating hemp-derived cannabinoids and have deliberately punted the issue into oblivion. Unregulated manufacturing and processing or chemical conversion of artificial synthesized hemp-derived cannabinoids is a problem. Not all cannabinoids are the same in terms of potency, but perhaps most importantly, consumers are misinformed rather than uninformed. Consumers, including youth, that have access to this. And every time we hear about youth having an issue with cannabinoids, it's always blamed on the cannabis industry and not on the people who are actually causing these problems. And it's really unfortunate that this body has chosen to ignore this issue. It's like, get with the program. We're dealing with cannabinoids. Okay, they are agnostic regardless of source. Okay, they have the same effect on the human body. So get with the program. Okay, add it back into the agenda and actually do something that is going to protect consumers and health in this state. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller Shona, I've sent you a request to unmute. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Shona Gokanar from Access to Love SF, one of the longest running patient advocacy groups for and by disabled people. I just want to make sure some items are heard that have to do with equity and with medical cannabis, although they might be touched on in the committee reports. I've worked on compassionate care policy for the last, oh gosh, now 20 years. And I'm very inspired. I'm sad it's not our state, but the state of New York finally has a state senator willing to sponsor legislation to have their equivalent of Medi-Cal state insurance start coverage for low income and disabled medical cannabis patients. We need to get on the roll with this. California should have been the first to make sure that everyone has equity and access to medical cannabis. Secondly, I want to assure that tribal equity is put in our priorities going forward. 64 basically makes a surrender of sovereignty, which
30 seconds.
needs to be legally questioned. I also want to just speak briefly to discrimination. I certainly have felt it for the last decade at a local level. After our community center closed, it has been very difficult for us to get back on the map and provide needed services to our community. And I'm also concerned that with all the cannabis tax dollars that have come from San Francisco, not a lot has gotten back to.
Thank you so much. Chairperson Jamali, and it looks to me like there are no more public comments on items not on the agenda. Would you like to close public comment on this agenda item?
Yes, please, moderator. Let's close this item and move on to item number 4, as I know that Vice Chair Nevedal has some scheduling conflict, so this should give her enough time to give us the cultivation subcommittee findings. Vice Chair Nevedal, the floor is yours. We look forward to your report.
All right, thank you very much. If you'd be so kind as to give me just one moment to get my screen open here so I have my notes in front of me. I would appreciate that. All right. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair. The Cultivation Subcommittee met both in January and February, and our February meeting consisted of presentations from Lori Ajax, the California Craft Brewers Association Executive Director, and from Matthew Bodding, who is General Counsel for California Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control. They graciously appeared before the subcommittee to give presentations and answer questions related to the opportunities for small producers in the alcoholic beverage marketplace. A few key takeaways from the meeting included just that there's currently no legal definition of craft for brewers. It is an industry-driven definition that prevents the needs to constantly change the law as the market fluctuates. So it's really an internal industry policy about labeling craft for brewers or beer makers specifically. The privileges provided to craft brewers are available to brewers of all sizes, regardless of how many barrels of beer they produce on an annual basis. But they're primarily aimed at and benefit smaller producers, specifically when it comes to the ability to sell directly to consumers and to sell products both on-site and for off-site consumption. So there's a number of allowances made specifically available to brewers of all sizes that allows consumer direct sales, the ability to have on-site tastings and sales, and the ability to have off-site consumption and sales, such as at a restaurant. These privileges correlate strongly with the subcommittee's discussion regarding direct-to-consumer sales and immediate customer feedback. So obviously well, I shouldn't say obviously, my apologies here, but some of the benefits really noted is that these opportunities for consumer direct sales have really helped small beer producers and alcohol beverage producers interact with the public, and especially also educate about perhaps seasonal or specialty products that they have made under their alcohol licenses. So regarding public health and safety, alcohol does not have the same issues as cannabis with a thriving illicit market for unsafe products. So alcohol in general is federally regulated and tested at the federal level. The state is not responsible for testing alcohol. Again, that is something that occurs through the federal regulatory framework. The rules around alcohol sales really did not spring up overnight, and that means when prohibition ended, we didn't see these rules immediately implemented. It really was these rules that we see today for the alcohol industry that allow kind of robust direct-to-consumer sales and interactions with the public were driven by the industry and really by the desire of would-be small businesses or craft businesses wanting to thrive and be participatory in the legal alcohol marketplace. Its laws have been evolving for the past 90 years through incremental changes, and there is enormous value in the industry coming together to advocate for changes in a focused and prioritized manner. And in alcohol, you know, I think this really goes back to some of the first portions of this report, right? The opportunities available to craft brewers aren't just available to craft brewers, right? They're available to all sizes of brewers or beverage makers in the alcohol industry. There's not necessarily this concern from larger brewers about smaller brewers having an opportunity to conduct sales to the consumer, and vice versa, right? Smaller producers aren't concerned about larger producers conducting those direct-to-consumer sales. Moving to the January subcommittee meeting, the subcommittee also held a discussion on challenges and opportunities for cultivators to reach consumers directly.
Member Nevedal, we've lost your audio. Member Nevedal?
Is there another cultivation subcommittee member who could pick up where Member Nevedal left off?
Chair Jamalian, the other option that you have here is to hold this agenda item open until Member Nevedal can reconnect, and you can move on to the next agenda item and then come back to this one.
That's fine. So we would be suspending this item and then moving on to item number 5, which is the equity subcommittee. Is that correct? It's the Public Health and Community Impact Subcommittee report.
Good morning, This is Member Woolsey. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Public Health and Community Impact Subcommittee met in January to discuss our goals and priorities for 2023. The subcommittee established our purpose statement to be: the goal of the Public Health and Community Impacts Subcommittee is to provide recommendations to the California Department of Cannabis Control on regulatory and administrative changes to protect the health and well-being of the California population and to reduce the risk of cannabis-related harms, especially among communities who may be disproportionately impacted, such as youth, racial and ethnic minorities, low-income populations, and people with mental disorders. Yes? Sorry, I heard somebody jump in.
Is that Member Nevedal?
Yes, I apologize. We are not on cultivation subcommittee. I'm not sure.
No, we actually suspended the item because of your technical difficulties, but if
That is super, okay.
we can go back to your item because we know you have some time conflict. So with that, we will now suspend item number 5 and go back to item number 4.
Okay.
Floor is yours, Member Nevedal.
I'm unsure when the item was suspended. I did not hear the item be suspended, so I apologize for being confused. I'm not. All of a sudden, I heard the Public Health and Community Impact Subcommittee.
We lost your audio very early on after you spoke about Lori Ajax's appearance. We lost your audio.
Member Nevedal, you were just moving into the January subcommittee meeting review. That's where we lost you. All of a sudden you were gone. So if you want to start from there, that would be great.
I have 25 minutes at this point, so maybe it's best to proceed. I was unaware of the interruption.
It was only a 2-minute interruption. Vice Chair Nevedal, I would really appreciate it if you could pick up where you left off and finish your agenda item.
Okay.
The last sentence that we heard was that the craft brewers and the smaller companies had an impactful measure by being able to sell to customers directly. That's where we lost you, if you don't mind picking up there.
Okay. So, very well. We'll see how this goes, and I apologize for the inconvenience. Okay. So, if we move forward to the January subcommittee meeting, the subcommittee also held a discussion on the challenges and opportunities for cultivators to reach consumers directly, right? This is a highly nuanced topic with a need for a lot of discussion and public comment. And the subcommittee decided to re-agendize the consumer direct content, consumer direct sales discussion to a future meeting so that we could devote more time to that conversation. The subcommittee discussed some of the challenges that prevent cultivators from changing their license size or type, namely the cost of new applications, misalignment between state and local requirements and timelines, and impacts that license type changes may have on CEQA compliance and CEQA compliance timelines. Ultimately, the subcommittee did pass 2 recommendations, one related to fallowing and one to the reduction in license types. So I'll go ahead and read the first recommendation. Recommend that DCC provide a simple and immediate pathway that allows a cultivation license holder to reduce a license type or size of their cultivation license permanently without requiring a new application submittal or a new application review process, so long as the proposal for the permanent downscaling of the cultivation license does not increase environmental impacts, does not propose additional activities, does not propose a reconfiguration of the premises, and does not propose new development. The second recommendation approved by the subcommittee is a recommendation that the DCC provide a simple and immediate pathway to cultivators that allows the cultivator to fallow all or a portion of their mature plant canopy area at a reduced and or prorated rate so that the fallowing request may be retracted by the cultivator should the cultivator choose to plant. So that is the end of my report from the Cultivation Subcommittee.
Thank you, Member Nevedal. There's 2 recommendations that, from what I'm hearing, have to be elevated to the entire committee, so they can be made to the DCC. Is that correct?
That is correct. And we could go to discussion. I could also form those into a motion.
I think the best would be if we form it into a motion, table the motion, take public comment, come back, and then take a vote on the motion or amend it as necessary.
Okay. And so in doing so, is it necessary for me to reread each of the recommendations into the record, or may I simply make a motion that the Cannabis Advisory Committee approve recommendation number 1 and recommendation number 2 as presented by the Cultivation Subcommittee?
I believe that would suffice.
Okay, well, there you have it. We'll go with that as a motion if we may.
Do we have a second for that motion?
Member Woolsey, I will second.
Thank you, Member Woolsey. With that, we table the motion and we would open for public comment. Moderator, if you don't mind giving instructions on public comment on this item.
Absolutely. All right, we are now opening a public comment for the topic of the Cultivation Subcommittee update. That's agenda item number 4. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name if you've logged onto the meeting, or by pressing *3 if you've called into the meeting. We're displaying those instructions on the screen for your convenience. You will have 2 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning. And when your time is up, you'll be muted and we will move on to the next request for comment. And each member of the public is allowed 1 opportunity to speak on each agenda item today. So let me, just a moment, let me get my list here. Okay, the first commenter is 6 asterisks. I've sent you a request to unmute. You have 6 asterisks as your name. There you go.
Asbury with Lovingly and Legally. Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Okay, with regards to direct sales, I would like to add that a novel idea that when writing the regulations for that, should you decide to approve such a thing, that we take the cumulative cost of all these things into consideration and not just add another fee. For instance, like you have to spend this much more money in order to have direct sales. It should be, something that would be added into the ability to cultivate. Would give you that allowance, the allowance to do that. I mean, and it would be able to not just at events where you have to pay $5,000 for a 10 by 10 table, that with farmers markets and so on, that it wouldn't be so restrictive. That person would be able to have direct sales at casual events as well as farmers markets or even farm stands, one-on-one. Adding more cost would be counterproductive or counterintuitive to what we're driving at here for direct sales in order to help the small farmers. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, attendee Bram Goodwin, I've sent you a request to unmute. There you go.
Taking my call. This is Bram Goodwin. I'm the media director of the Brownie Mary Democratic Club in San Francisco. I just want to add my voice that we need to have direct sales from especially the small cultivators to the public. I think it would help lower the cost of the medicine that people get and also help out the small farmers that are now being generally shut out of a lot of the retail operations. I realize a lot more discussion needs to be made because of the impact it might have on retailers. But here in San Francisco, we would like to see real farmers markets where it's direct, where the cost of the medicine is lower. Appreciate the discussion, and I appreciate the committee's work in the different areas for medical and cultivation. Thanks for hearing my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Attendee Claire, I've sent you a request to unmute. Go ahead, Claire.
Can I be heard?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Hi, I am fairly new to the cannabis industry, but I just want to chime in and say that, especially with the introduction of large cultivation licenses, I'm also concerned that smaller operations may be shut out. So I think that direct-to-consumer process is a great idea. Also, this is fairly frivolous. I just want to say, Kristen Nevedal, I'm a big fan. As a recent UC Davis graduate, I saw your presentation on the California sun-grown cannabis and lighting conditions, and it's really informed the way that I talk to cultivators in the industry. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Diana Esmeralda, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Hi, my name is Diana Esmeralda. I have 4 million square feet of cannabis grow in my backyard here in Adelanto. They all have the ability to have a delivery license now that they can stack their licenses. So they have 300,000 square feet of grow that have stacked licenses, 10,000 square feet each. And then once they get their manufacturing license and their delivery license, then they can apply at the state level for their micro business license and sell directly to the consumer, except for the fact that commercial cannabis here in Adelanto does not want to have contact with the community for some reason. So craft was supposed to be the beginning of Prop 64 and was supposed to start with medical cannabis members of the communities, micro business licensing. So what happened was MCRSA is constricted to the point where medical operators, legacy operators, have not been able to get a license either. And those were original OG direct to consumer sales, right? So this program, Prop 64, has completely demolished any type of craft program that you would be able to have. Medical patients now cannot consume or donate to each other. You can't have more than 5 medical patients as a caregiver or 500 square feet, or else you have to be licensed, and that's not appropriate. That is really damaging to the medical patient, and MCRSA needs to be looked at, and your administrative processes need to be.
Thank you. Your time is up. Attendee Judy Strang, I've sent you a request to unmute. There you go. You are unmuted.
I was having trouble following what the 2 recommendations were from the cultivation subcommittee. Is there a way, this is a 2-parter, is there a way to put those 2 recommendations either in the chat box or up on the screen? I feel sort of at a disadvantage that we passed something, but we don't seem to have a written record of it. So that's number 1. Number 2 is somewhat similar. I'm not quite sure what the purpose of direct sales would be, since isn't that what delivery is already? Would you explain the difference to me? Thank you.
Thank you. Attendee Kelly McCormick, I've sent you a request to unmute.
And I would just like to share the observation that illicit grows have not been reduced in any way by the permitted cultivation sites. The state produces far more marijuana than Californians consume, leading to a glut and a drop in wholesale prices. And big corporate grow sites, in fact, I should use the word giant corporate grow sites, are just running roughshod, filling communities in rural areas and producing odor. And they do not seem to have any restrictions. And so that is my observation. Thank you.
Thank you. Attendee Shona, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you.
Thank you. Really nice presentation by Member Nevedal. I would like to say that my organization, Axis of Love SF, agrees with the Brownie Mary Club that the direct, farm direct would definitely help with cost, but also most importantly for many medical patients, it will help with quality. And as you know, I'm not a direct stakeholder, but I am a sort of industry watchdog, if you will. And I saw that the MCA Association put out a plead to the governor for emergency support for the legacy small farm and craft growers as Prop 64 kind of finalizes a chapter of what I consider a sort of hostile takeover. And I would like to see if we can consider amending and also request a reply to from the governor's office for the MCA's letter that they issued if a reply has not already been started to work on. I'm not in the privy to that, but I sure hope that the state government would
30 seconds.
reply to the farmers that made this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Mulder, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Morning still. Thomas Mulder here. Just want to confirm you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So those recommendations are great, but as I said in non-agenda items, I'm going to say that staff time needs to be included in that. I think legacy operators need to be a priority over any other operator, especially anyone trying to go to a large conversion. I think every legacy, which means pre-existing prior to January 1, 2016, those need to be priorities. There needs to be staff time, scheduled windows of time for those operators to deal with things. As I said, I don't think I covered this one, but I've had 2 small licenses go from ML1 to small outdoor with the same exact premises diagram as my medium ML1 that seems to be jammed up, all because of a phone call back in 2018 where they wanted nursery lighting diagrams. It's very, very unfortunate. What I would call the discrimination of legacy operators. They need to be a priority. They need to, they formed this industry. They started this industry, and it's not there as a priority, and I'm not feeling it. It's hard to encourage someone to step forward and be legal when treated this way. This is a call to Nicole Elliott, the governor, anyone else that really cares about this industry surviving to really look into this and see what's going on with operators that are trying to do the right thing, trying to change their license types so that way they can afford the license fee renewals and stay compliant and in business. Please don't discriminate. We were here. We started this. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Attendee Alicia Bird, I've sent you a request to unmute. Alicia Bird. There you are. Whoops. Alicia, I just sent you another request.
Hello?
There you are. There you are.
Okay, thank you so much. As an equity operator in Oakland, I would like to support my fellow cultivators, and like the gentleman before me, we're not going to be able to survive, especially if equity is not able to move our cultivation license or any other license. It is very difficult because it is highly capital intensive, as everyone knows, to even obtain a cultivation license. and then to not be able to move cultivation licenses or any other licenses, that just jeopardizes our ability to remain legal, and it forces us to remain legacy operators and to operate underground, and also as not only as a operator, also as a medical patient, by not providing reasonable accommodations for equity operators. As a medical patient, I am forced to buy specific medicine that I need in the legacy
30
underground
seconds.
market. So this really needs to be addressed. As equity operators, and when we need to move locations due to lack of finances or whatever the reason is, it is a burden to have to get an additional license. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comment.
Call-in user number 14, I've sent you a request to unmute. Call-in user number 14. Go.
Good morning. Thank you very much for letting me speak. My name is Kathleen Lippett. I would like Oh, am I unmuted or not?
No, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to point out several things. One, the DCC's failure to close the illicit shops is both a violation of the promise to voters as well as a violation of the promise to permittees. They deserve to have those illicit businesses put out of business. But so far, we have not seen those enforcement actions. Instead, the priorities have been efforts to undermine local control, which was promised in Prop 64. Voters deserve to be able to choose to have local control if they choose, and they should not be punished for it by granting money and trying to bribe those cities into allowing marijuana businesses there. Please close down the illicit market first. We would not have the problems that we have if you would do that. Make that a priority. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Call-in user number 6, I've sent you a request to unmute. Call-in user number 6. There you go.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name's Jeremy Freitas. Can you hear me? It keeps talking over me, saying that to raise my hand.
No, I don't. It's,
Can you hear me?
No, you're cutting out. Can you hear me?
No. So, Jeremy Freitas, I own Patriot Valley Farms up in Sonoma County. I also I'm on the board of Veterans Cannabis Group, or military veteran group. I've got to tell you, we're struggling out here, as you guys know, and I really appreciate all the efforts you guys have been doing. The simple point is that we've been asking for help, asking for help. We need to be a lot more aggressive. We were on a call last night with Sonoma County about how their environmental's changing and all that. In the meantime, they haven't busted one illegal grow in Sonoma County. There's an estimate of 3,000 illegal grows in Sonoma County and 133 licenses. I've been inspected personally 14 times at my farm from the county and the state, where illegal farms are thriving. I feel that the state owes it to us, and if we should have some type of legal actions back towards them, because we're not being protected as taxpayers, license holders, fee payers, on and on and on. California's done it right for us to come out, because now they know where we're at and we're being harassed. both county and state. I agree with direct to consumers, but the only way that direct to consumer is going to work, let's be
30
frank,
seconds.
is in the mail. We can't rely on these other licenses. Now, when you get these other licenses, then the state gets paid. Then the state, regulates that. Well, drop it in the mail, right? It's within the state of California. Typically, that's been okay for all these illegal farmers. But we've got to be tougher. This sitting on our hands and asking for them to do this and asking them to do that.
Thank you. Your time is up. Attendee Jackie Simeon, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Of All Trades, a strategic consultancy based in Napa Valley, California. I am speaking in support of direct-to-consumer sales, farmers markets, and the cultivation experiences and education that our community needs. Most often, these are lower prices for higher quality product. This increases the access and strength of the overall market, and encouraging our disabled groups such as veterans, low-income, non-native English-speaking, and disabled persons that need access to high-quality medicine. In a nod to Napa, I would like to focus on the family-owned and operated wineries. Those with the smallest cannabis licenses are most often not included in our wine economy, and I would like to be mindful of the types of licenses that would be included to participate in direct-to-consumer sales, ensuring that our smallest family farms and operators have the opportunity to participate. We need direct-to-consumer sales to ensure the survival of the industry for both farmers and farms that do not have a path to financial stability in this current industry, and the patients and community members not currently served. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair Jamalian, I don't see any more hands raised for agenda item number 4. Would you like to close public comment?
Yes, please. That concludes agenda item number 4. And with that, we would move on or back to agenda item number 5. Member Woolsey, if you don't mind picking up where we left off.
Sorry, Chair Jamalian, jumping in here really quickly. To close out agenda item number 4, you'll have to take
Oh, we still have to do the motion. We had a motion on the table. That's right.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
And I will just flag that Member Nevedal had to step away from the meeting for a minute, but you can still take your vote on these items.
Also, I think she put the motion on the floor, so that we have on record, right? So
Yeah.
with that, moderator, can we get a vote on the motion, agenda item number 4, to elevate the recommendations number 1 and 2 to the committee?
So the motion is to elevate recommendations number 1 and 2 from the cultivation subcommittee to the full CAC. Christina?
Chair Jamalian, I would suggest making the motion. I think the
I
original.
believe it was to the DCC. That's the way it was worded, correct?
I think the original motion was to adopt the recommendations as presented by the cultivation subcommittee. So I think that would accomplish what you're looking for here.
Yeah.
Perfect. So you would like to move to adopt the recommendations as presented by the cultivation subcommittee. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, let's take a vote then. Member Bauer.
Will there be any further discussion? I have some concerns about it, so I'm not going to vote to support right now.
We can still have internal discussion before we close out the item. That's why we took public comment first, so that if
Right, but the motion on the floor is to approve, correct?
Correct. We can table that motion to have a discussion.
Okay, well, I would vote, I guess, no, because I'd like for.
Would you like us to table the
Yes.
vote so we
But
can have a
that's-
discussion?
Yes.
Okay, well then let's table this vote. We're not closing out agenda item number 4, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, we have some concerns. This is from.
Sorry, Member Bauer, could you please, when you're speaking, turn your video on for quorum purposes?
Yeah, absolutely. So just have some concerns about the model. I think this is the craft brewer model, which was referenced in both the subcommittee and the conversation today, is a model that we have a lot of concerns with. You know, we are on the record as opposed to it. And I don't believe craft brewers actually have the right to deliver directly to consumers. This is something that we have had a lot of discussion around policy in the legislature. So I do believe the model that we have now, where we have delivery and retail settings to consumers, has a lot of oversight, and that's kind of inherent in Prop 64. And I think also the regulation, enforcement, health and safety, protection of workers is absolutely critical there. I think there also are public health concerns. So, and maybe an impact around taxes as well. So we have some concerns there, so I don't know that I want to support the recommendations as presented. So I will just leave it there and see if anybody else has anything to add. I am very sensitive to the struggle of the cultivators as well. So I want to be on record as saying that. But yeah, if there's any discussion from my other members, love to hear it.
Thank you, Member Bauer. If I look at the recommendations, though, none of the recommendations are in regards to the subject matter that you just brought up. Both the recommendations were regarding the changing of the license types and the fallowing of crops. So I'm not sure how you're opposed to those recommendations based on just the preamble, which was just a report of what was discussed in the actual committee. Maybe if you read the recommendations again, you'll see that they have nothing to do with the craft brewer model.
Well, it was discussed in the subcommittee, so I just wanted to raise a concern around that before we take a vote on the recommendation from the subcommittee.
But the recommendation of the subcommittee has nothing to do with the craft brewer, with the discussion that was part of the subcommittee.
Correct.
So we held the motion because you wanted to make a point about the other content that was discussed. I just want to be clear that the public understands this and doesn't get confused.
Okay.
So regarding the actual recommendations, is there any hesitation in adopting them as is? So we have a motion to adopt the recommendations of the Cultivation Subcommittee. Does any other member have any concerns or hesitations? All right, well, let's go back to the vote then.
All right, we can do that. Member Bauer.
Abstain.
Let's see, Jeremy Brown.
Approve.
Member Clifford.
Aye.
Antonio Frazier. Chair Jamalian.
Aye.
Kristen is gone. Sarah Payan.
Aye.
Madison Shockley.
Aye.
Paul Tupi.
Aye. Aye.
Imani Brown.
Aye.
David Woolsey.
Aye.
Joanna Iwamoto.
Aye.
And Robin Christensen.
Aye.
Hi, this is Christine De La Rosa. I think I missed my name, but I'm also an aye.
I'm sorry. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I apologize.
Thank you, Christine.
And we do need a vote from Member Bauer. Per our bylaws, we don't take abstains. Member Bauer. Member Bauer, are you still here? Okay, it looks like she is has stepped away. So we have 12 ayes. Does the motion pass?
I believe it does pass, right, Christina?
Yes, the motion passes.
Thank
right.
you. And with that, we conclude agenda item number 4. Thank you to the Cultivation Subcommittee for your report and all your findings. With that, we go back to agenda item number 5. Member Woolsey, thank you for your patience here, and the floor is yours again.
You're welcome. Thank you. In addition to our purpose statement, the Public Health and Community Impact Subcommittee discussed the priority topics that we intend to focus on this year. Those include high potency products, including dosing and titration, warning labels, lookalike products and products attractive to youth, health issues for which the science has evolved, including things like cannabis use during pregnancy, psychosis, cannabis use disorder, and growth in cannabis-related poisonings, and enforcement and regulatory compliance. Future agendas will focus on these 5 identified priority topics. Our subcommittee chair will work with the DCC to identify relevant speakers for presentations to the subcommittee, prioritized based on speaker availability and timing of DCC initiatives. At this time, the subcommittee does not have any recommendations for the full committee, but we look forward to our future conversations, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Member Woolsey. I think those are all really interesting subjects. I would assume that my fellow members, especially from lab testing and manufacturing, probably have some questions. So I would like to first open the floor to the committee to have discussion and then to public comment. So if there's any questions or any input for our Public Health and Community Impact Committee, please, floor is open. Well, I guess I'll start. I have a question. What were sort of the general findings around high potency products, dosing and titration? I think that's something that will impact a lot of manufacturers and potentially even existing product lines that have been embraced by the market. And I think given the nature of our industry, we also want to make sure that we don't take away a product that already has a following or that already is doing well, right? So could you kind of elaborate on the high potency products, dosing and titration, what your findings were there?
Sure. There were no findings, and we didn't actually discuss the topic as related to making a recommendation. What we discussed were a range of topics that we wanted to prioritize for our future work. So that product was, or that topic is prioritized amongst several things, several ideas that were floated for future work. And we would hope to have some kind of presentations, perhaps from experts, and have those kinds of discussions that you alluded to in future subcommittee meetings.
Okay, and
for all of the topics.
And I'm assuming that was particularly driven by product safety. Would you say that was one of the main concerns with the high potency and titration? So product safety. Okay.
Product safety and how perhaps high potency products might play into other topics of priority in the public health space.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. And warning labels in general, would you say there was more of a need to have more warnings, less warnings? What was sort of the tone of that conversation?
It was identifying warning labels as a priority for a topic of discussion, and in that space, how can warning labels perhaps be either improved by more or less information? But we didn't discuss any details about what that would look like. Again, we identified it as a priority for future discussion.
Great, thanks. I'm only asking because I think, as like you said, at one point we probably should have some experts come in, and this will definitely help us identify what experts to approach to make a presentation to your subcommittee.
Sure.
Thank you for that. Any other members have any questions or concerns or input?
Chair Jamalian, I would just ask that when talking about high potency products, that the subcommittee take into consideration the needs of medicinal use patients, because it is essential, maybe not for the general public to have access to higher potencies in products, but definitely for medicinal use. We are already seeing a lot of these products leaving the market, which is putting these patients at a great disadvantage. So I do ask that you take that into consideration when you're formulating your recommendations in the future.
Sure, I imagine that that would be a topic for discussion, and obviously would welcome any other committee members that have something to contribute to our subcommittee. But I imagine a conversation like that would definitely occur, because I think I understand what you're perhaps getting at. But again, that kind of discussion is probably, best for the actual future subcommittee meeting.
Yeah, I think it's important that we let the public know here that those are subjects that will be picked up, and Member Payan nailed it. That was actually one of the things I had in my notes as well. And with the lack of compassionate care at the moment, just in the general retail landscape that we're experiencing, a lot of patients now have to go and buy recreational products to make up for what they were doing before. So that's a very important point to flag. So thank you for that, Member Payan.
Absolutely. And Chair Jamalian, I might add to that also, if these products are not available in the regulated market, this does drive medicinal use patients to the illicit market. And that's where we're also looking at consistency and quality. And for people with compromised immune systems, it can actually it can be a life or death situation.
Yeah, the tone of the conversation around prioritizing the discussion topic was not necessarily to eliminate what people might consider to be a high potency product from a marketplace. The discussion is perhaps more relevant when combined with other priorities like public health and safety, warning labels. You don't want to end up with a product that, to use an alcohol, analogy, you don't want to buy something that you think is beer and it's 151, Bacardi, right? So that's where warning labels come in. But again, these are all great topic discussion points when we actually discuss those topics in a future meeting.
That's awesome. Member Woolsey, I'd also add on for your recommendations to consider making, with the warning labels, perhaps making a recommendation for the measured dosage on the packages to help people be able to better navigate that.
Sure, I would welcome those kinds of comments at a future subcommittee meeting on that topic.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Woolsey. That was very, very educating. I appreciate it. And it's a really good list of things to tackle. I think those are all pretty high priority points for the industry. So thank you for identifying those. With that, I would open up for public comment regarding the presentation from the Public Health and Community Impact Subcommittee. Moderator, if you don't mind opening up the public comment queue.
You bet. Thank you. We are now open for public comment on agenda item number 5, Public Health and Community Impact Subcommittee. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon next to your name if you've logged onto the meeting, or by pressing *3 if you've called in. The displaying instructions for your convenience on the screen. For the sake of time, you'll have 2 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning, and when your time is up, you'll be muted and we will move to the next requester. Each member of the public will have one opportunity to speak on each agenda item. And now we will begin. Attendee Becky Rapp, I've sent you a request to unmute. You're unmuted.
I just wanted to say that parents were thrilled to hear about the new regulations that were set on November 7th last year, limiting the flavors being added to inhaled marijuana products. And this is a huge step in the right direction, and we feel that it's going to be impactful with protecting our children from these flavored inhaled products. So my question is, with these new requirements coming in, going into effect back in November, what are the requirements of our local operators? Are our manufacturers aware, and have they stopped producing these flavored inhaled products? And have retail operators stopped selling product? And how is this information getting distributed, and is everyone compliant? Thank you.
Thank you. Call-in user number 14. I've sent you a request to unmute. Call-in user 14. There you go.
Thank you. This is Kathleen Lippett, and I concur. Okay. Are they done talking? Sorry. This is Kathleen Lippett. I concur with the last caller regarding the flavored products, and I'm hoping that the DCC will start doing decoy operations as well as going to dispensaries or outlets and to figure out whether or not they're recommending these products for pregnant women. And I think on-site consumption at retailers or outlets or lounges undermines traffic safety, work safety, and smoke-free workplace laws. The DCC also changed the definition of micro businesses. Originally, that definition was to cover small growers and outlets. Instead, it became vertical integration, inviting in extremely large corporations and companies. And now, with the failure to close the illicit market, we've got cartels in California. We did not have that before. So I'm hoping that that the DCC will put some priorities on youth access, as well as environmental destruction, as well as the violent cartels that are actively operating in our state. And while you're at it, it would be really nice if you would address the issue of marijuana industry politically lobbying and paying off our public elected officials and compromising their integrity. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Alicia Bird, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
I would just like to address that consumption lounge are a necessity, especially for people like myself who are medical patients. I'm a medical patient first and an equity operator second. It is very important that we do not end the ability to have legal consumption sites. There are medical patients who cannot consume at their residence, especially if the consumption is smoking. So it is very important to be careful on limiting consumption locations, medical patients, for the health and safety of medical patients in our entire state. We need to protect consumption locations and provide the necessary support services so that you don't have to worry about the issues that the previous speaker was talking about. But consumption locations is a must. Legal consumption locations is a must
30 seconds.
For medical patients. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Diana Esmeralda, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Hi, my name is Diana Esmeralda. I have 4 million square feet of stacked licensing cultivation in my backyard, and 2 dispensaries. cannabis is medicine and a plant that doesn't have to be processed like alcohol. Licensed companies are commercial, they're not medical. So Public Health and Community Impact Subcommittee, they were kind of off the mark there. Prop 64 killed medical cannabis, Prop 215, by restricting our market and making medical patients criminals. Okay, no more warning labels. Testing in Prop 64 is already faulty. It puts the public at risk. There are already many testing facilities that are being sued on the federal and state level. So I'm not sure why that's important here. Again, local control is rife with corruption. So that's a problem with public health and community impact, is that medical patients are being targeted and ostracized in their communities and hurt by the Prop 64 program that has no administrative checks and balances in it. We just keep coming back to these meetings and agendizing and making motions and creating new laws and creating a mess. 600 pages of legislation already. Consumption lounges and sessions are harm reduction centers, and that needs to be brought forth in this P64 environment that medical cannabis patients are suffering. How does local control prohibit these helpful meetings at the state level?
Jackie Simeon, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Can we keep our comments, please, related to the agenda item? We do have another medicinal subcommittee report coming up. This public health and community impact.
Hi, my name is Jackie Simeon of Jackie of All Trades, a strategic consultancy based in Napa Valley, California. I am in favor of defining some sort of high potency products on the shelves and increasing access to this true medicine. RSO, Rick Simpson oil, or FICO is a high potency product, one of the highest available on the market that I personally buy, but I use it to make a non-psychoactive suppository. This has been crucial for the improvement of my own personal health, but these products are still not available on the dispensary shelves, which I shop at and which my community members are accessing cannabis medicine at. Because of this, doctors and physicians and the public health and community impact, we don't know where to turn to be able to get the information on how to take a really high potency product and utilize it to the plant's purpose for our own endocannabinoid system and targeted medical purposes. SB 34 and the compassionate care donations, most patients utilize these compassionate care donations to cover the rest of their needed medicine for the month, especially when they are needing high potency products. It would be awesome to have the CAC define what high potency products are. Are those plants? Is that RSO? Is what type of milligrams are we talking about, and what is the breakdown? And then how to utilize these products.
30 seconds.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Jesse Noble, I've sent you a request to unmute.
I'm here because I'm kind of seeking guidance. I'm an equity operator in San Jose, and I just wanted to echo what the other caller said about local corruption. And even if it's not local corruption, what I'm finding is just lack of local, I don't know, leadership. I don't know what to call it. See, I've never been through this procedure before, but I go to my city's economic development and cultural affairs division, and I think I can go there and propose my project to someone and get some support in bringing it into fruition. I mean, I've been working on this since 2019, and I can't get any guidance like on an ongoing basis. It seems like people just kind of one-off reference me links and they tell me, oh, go apply this over here, go apply that over there. And I go, okay, well, what if I've got questions about eligibility requirements? Like, I, I mean, we've got to get some kind of like an agent system within the department where I could go to the DCC and go, here's my equity agent or whatever you would want to call it, somebody who going to help me get this off the ground, because I can't seem to get anybody motivated on a local
30
level
seconds.
or state level, because it's nobody's actual job to help me. Even though they work at the department, and it seems like it is their job to help me, but I can't seem to get anybody help on an ongoing basis. And it's really frustrating. I had been operating for 10 plus years in the medical guidelines. And ever since 2018, I've been trying to break the seal here and get in as an equity operator.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Hey, Nina, let me jump in here really quick. As a reminder to public commenters, the public comment being taken here is only on the updates that were given by the Public Health and Community Impact Subcommittee. The public comments that are being given should be about the topics that were brought by the Public Health and Community Impact Subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. We'll move on to Joanna Cedar. I've sent you a request to unmute. Go ahead, Joanna.
Thank you. Thank you. The single greatest issue related to high potency cannabinoid products is the widespread availability of intoxicating hemp derived cannabinoid products in potencies that far exceed those allowed in the regulated market. The products are available without age gating, testing, warning labels, etc. You try to get into a regulated dispensary without being 21 years old. It's virtually impossible. The DCC has been tasked by the legislature to address this issue, and it's sad because both the DCC and this body are failing to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Strang, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Good morning. I actually concur with the previous speaker. It is definitely a problem that we see within the parent world relating access to youth. And I think the next time the Public Health and Community Impact Subcommittee meets, in talking about high THC or lookalike products, we probably need to take up these hemp-derived products because it's a serious issue. But I did want to thank the Public Health and Community Impact Subcommittee. That meeting went well. It was a wonderful place to come up with this list of 5 that were presented to you. I just wanted to expand on number 2, which is a discussion around warnings. One of the sort of tangential issues associated with warnings are billboards. And I don't know what the capacity is of the marketplace to be self-regulating, but in the parent world, to be driving down the freeway with our children with big billboards hanging out over them saying, "Find your bliss with me," and having to explain to young people what the heck that's all about. And this idea that we want our young people to think that they can default to marijuana use as some sort of solution for life's problems is it's really a worry to the parent community. And so just for those of you who are listening in, if you have the capacity to self-regulate on behalf of parents, I would suggest that you do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly McCormick, I've sent you a request to unmute. Kelly McCormick. Kelly, I've resent the request to unmute.
Great, thank you. I wasn't able to do it the first time. This is Kelly McCormick, and I would like to request that warning labels be added to marijuana products. For example, the public should know about the heightened risk of developing cannabis-induced psychosis from the use of high-potency concentrates, the harm to developing babies when used by women who are pregnant or breastfeeding, and the link to cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, also known as scromating, plus a warning against driving after using marijuana. Finally, consumption lounges would roll back gains made to ensure smoke-free workplaces for employees. Studies published by the Americans for Non-Smokers' Rights Organization show that secondhand marijuana smoke contains many of the same cancer-causing substances and toxic chemicals as secondhand tobacco smoke, including 3 times the amount of ammonia and significant levels of mercury, lead, formaldehyde, benzene, hydrogen cyanide, and toluene. And this is certainly nothing that people who are just trying to make a living should have to be exposed to. Thank you.
Thank you. P. Walker 323, I've sent you a request to unmute.
In line with your very excellent priorities, I would like to urge really serious consideration of THC caps. The fact that these high potency products are doing well on the market shouldn't be what's considered, but how they impact public health. And with the rises we're seeing in ER admissions, child poisonings, especially among children under 5, DUI information, and senior overdosing or mixing high potency products with prescription medications, these ER admissions of seniors are really on the rise. So I would suggest that you look to Oregon, Washington, Colorado, Vermont. These states either have or are considering legislation for THC caps, and look to Europe and why Europe has lower THC caps. As for medical use, there really is and can be no medical standard on potency without FDA protocols. So that's concerning. And I would like to ask too, in line with this, the state of Colorado has a biannual report on how the cannabis industry is impacting health and safety. They report on things like ER admissions. So I would suggest that we also consider this kind of a report for our state. What's happening in terms of ER admissions, child poisonings, DUIs, those kinds of things. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sarah Armstrong, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Great. I am Sarah Armstrong. I represent Americans for Safe Access in Ventura and Los Angeles counties, founded in 2002. We are the nation's oldest, largest advocacy group for medical cannabis patients, researchers, doctors. We fought very hard to make sure that patients who are very ill had access to high potency products. We would be very sorry if they no longer did. However, we are seeing a widening gap in education, and we are hoping this subcommittee will concentrate on what kind of education is needed to go as a complement to its other recommendations. The reason for this is that although SB 540 would have a brochure for patients and consumers at point of sale, there is widespread ignorance among people who treat in emergency rooms, who are otherwise involved. For instance, parents don't seem to know always how to make sure their cannabis products are out of reach of their children. This kind of education is so important, and it benefits so many people. And it's not just consumers or patients. To give you one little
30 seconds.
There are situations in emergency rooms where people are treated for neurological problems with very heavy duty drugs, when in fact it is merely the fact they have consumed too much edibles but can't really communicate that. Educating, providing databases, working with poison control centers. These are all educational points that we feel everybody will benefit from. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chair Jamalian, at this time, there are no other hands up for agenda item number 5. Would you like to close comment?
Yes, public comments are closed. Thank you for your input. Thank you for the subcommittee members for all your work on this. We really look forward to your recommendations. With that, we conclude item number 5, and we'll move on to the medicinal use subcommittee report. Item number 6. Chair Payan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Medicinal Use Subcommittee met in February to establish its goals and priorities for 2013, and we spent a lot of time considering what conversations would be the most impactful, in particular, bringing in panels of subject matter experts, supporting the patient community in identifying what's impacting them, encouraging doctor engagement, discussing COAs and how they can be used by the medical community. The top priorities for presentations for the subcommittee are a panel of prescribing physicians to learn about their experiences with recommending cannabis to their patients, a panel of compassion program operators and patient advocates to better understand how compassion programs work, the patient experience and the needs of patients, and where patients experience challenges with accessibility. We received a lot of great public input, including offers to participate on the panels. We'll be circling back around with those individuals in the near future. And at this time, the subcommittee does not have any recommendations for the full committee, but we're really excited for the upcoming conversations and look forward to bringing that information to the committee. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Committee Member Frazier here. I guess a question in general for the DCC and the subcommittee. What's the best way to get people with presentations for the medicinal committee submitted? Is it through public comment or directly into a subcommittee member? What's the best way for us to gather some of those?
I would defer to our colleagues at the DCC to make that recommendation. Oh, Christina, would you have a recommendation for that?
Sure. If you have suggestions, feel free to email us at cac@cannabis.ca.gov.
Thanks, Shannon. Chair, it doesn't seem like we really have any questions.
Great, then we can open up for public comment.
Okay, so we are going to open up for public comment on, just a moment.
On the medicinal use subcommittee report?
Agenda item number 6, pardon us. Agenda item number 6. So we will move to 6 asterisks. I've just sent you a press unmute. There you go.
Hi, this is Paul Hansberry, Lovingly and Legally. It's funny that in the medicinal market, there used to be a lot of different kinds of medicines that were available. Prop 64 changed all that. They were for adult use, and then they started messing around with the medical. There were a lot of small mom and pops that were herbalists and very well versed on how the endocannabinoid system worked, how it traditionally worked, how cannabis traditionally worked as medicines, and medicines that were available to the patients. Now the only thing that's available is from large, well-heeled, well-funded corporate operators, and the small operator can't really get into the marketplace at all. Further, there are things that have changed with the testing requirements, etc. We had a patient one time who was an infant who had a Gaucher type 2. You die after 1 year old. It's fatal. And we were able to use suppositories to help this child live an extra year and a half using the suppositories, but we had to constantly keep changing the dose because the dosage was at milligrams per kilogram of body weight. And as the child grew, the dosage had to change for the suppositories. Having a package of 24 suppositories tested for compliance each time is just financially infeasible. So those sorts of things for small operators that are able to produce custom medications for individual patients needs to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Attendee Shona, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Hi, this is Shona, Access of Love. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. I just wanted to thank, first of all, Chairwoman Payan for heading a wonderful committee on medicinal use. Once again, I would like to bring up the state insurance coverage that has, a sponsor in a state senator in New York State who is bringing this forward and pushing the envelope forward. Back in 2006, 2007, I co-authored the first resolution specifically on compassionate care with then Supervisor Ross Marcarini, one of our forefathers in working on fair cannabis policy. And in that resolution, we also pushed the envelope forward on state medical coverage. And I just want to make sure that that gets agenda sized. Perhaps we could look into even bringing the senator from New York that is moving this forward for New York to learn from her what she's doing to get this moved forward, because without this, we really don't have equity and access, because we are with the cut to millions of families right now on AFDC and food stamps. People are going to be choosing between a bag of groceries and their medicine, and we can't have that. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Strang, I've sent you a request to unmute. Judy Strang. Okay, we'll move to Dr. Sherry Afai. I've sent you a request to unmute.
Morning. I would like to say thank you to Sarah Armstrong for her comments as well. We are seeing an increase in issues across the medical board with increased emergency department visits for cannabis use, specifically as it has to do with edibles. We are seeing a lack of implementation of the policies around medical versus recreational dosing strategies. There are an excess number of companies now that use 10, 20, 30, 50, and 100 milligrams of THC per dose, and nothing is being done to modify that. There's zero education being done in the medical system. The taxation, while we've all heard the issues there, none of that taxation funding is being implemented in medical education nor medical clinical education. And certainly we know that the important part here is that physicians as well as clinicians need to be involved, not just at the bud tender level where bud tenders are turning around. There's a lot of turnover in departments. Now, the last part here has to do with the communication between the medical department as well as the cannabis department. Currently, there is no medical department within the DCC. This is the extent of it. So there's nowhere for complaints to be notified, filed, nowhere for concerns about certain companies, organizations, or dispensaries to be notified beyond just the recreational marketplace. So there's no continuum or responsiveness because there's no one to report back to. So it's really important here that we continue to discuss and have a place for the medical conversation to occur. The patient should not be responsible for being in the emergency department with a head concussion and trauma. and have to also report back to the DCC or to the cannabis industry. Those are the responsibilities of the physician, and there needs to be somewhere where those physicians can voice these issues.
Thank you. Judy Strang, I've sent you a request to unmute. There you go.
Thank you. I just want to share some perceptions that my husband has shared here. He's a pharmacist, and he's really concerned about what he sees with his older patients when they come in. They seem to be getting information from bud tenders that directly conflict with the medicines that they've come to pick up in the pharmacy. He's gravely concerned about the health consequences of mixing those drugs. He, of course, advises them, but somehow training for bud tenders or the industry needs to happen. So this advice, particularly for the vulnerable population, the aging population, isn't getting incorrect information. We're talking about mixing drugs that are going to send older people into the hospital, if not possibly die. So if you have the capacity at the medical use subcommittee to take a look at this, because this is a growing concern. I know here in our county, they've sounded the alarm regarding the number of older patients showing up in our emergency rooms who have mixed their prescriptions with marijuana and have had devastating side effects. Thank you.
Thank you. P. Walker 323, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to speak to the same topic the previous speaker just spoke to, the issue of seniors mixing marijuana to help them sleep or for medical, quote, medical purposes or whatever, mixing them with prescription medicines that are keeping them alive in many cases. And this has become a serious issue as ER admissions continue to skyrocket with seniors. So what I would like to suggest is that warning labels be required and that information be required in dispensaries so that when seniors try or want to use these products, they know what the hazards will be when they mix them with their prescription medicines. As the lady said before me, some training of bud tenders certainly, but I think there should be pharmaceutical information available that says, do not mix marijuana with these products. If you do, you can expect these kinds of outcomes. So I hope you'll consider those serious warning labels and serious educational information that goes along with sales.
Thank you. Anthony Avalos, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Good morning, everybody. Almost good afternoon now. We are just coming out of a 90-plus year campaign to build fear and hesitancy around cannabis use. The last few callers have exemplified how effective reefer madness and other government-paid propaganda was used to misinform individuals as to the impacts and safety profile of cannabis. If you recall, it was the government that at one point was saying that, and this was Henry Anslinger in 1931, saying that cannabis did one of the worst evils of all. It made darkies think that they were equal to white people. So while we have this conversation about medicinal use and the impact of cannabis on the medicines that we use today, I think that one thing is clear. We need a educational campaign that is as robust as the misinformation campaign of the war on drugs was. So rather than putting warning labels on cannabis, why don't we have a program that educates the public on what the exact impacts, benefits, and potential side effects that cannabis use can have? There's a website that we can all go on right now to find out what
30
the
seconds.
Thank you for the 30-second reminder. There is a website that we can all go to right now that will tell us the any interactions that cannabis will have with other medications. And I think that having a campaign that shows that to all medical professionals, so that they aren't misinforming their patients due to a lack of knowledge that we know medical professionals still have, unless they proactively study both the endocannabinoid system and cannabinoids. Thank you
Thank
so much
you.
for your time.
Kelly McCormick, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Thank you. I wasn't planning to speak, but now I would like to. I would like to support the callers who proposed warning labels. And I would like to direct your attention to another website called ISAC. It stands for the International Academy on the Science and Impact of Cannabis. And it is a group of doctors around the world who have studied the effects of cannabis. And all of the studies are peer reviewed. It's solid science, and it's a great resource for seeing the facts about many of the things we've spoken about. For the record, I've never seen Reefer Madness. That was before my time. I have no association with that whatsoever, but I have read the science, and there are links to things that are of concern and that the public should be aware of. So again, I direct you to the website. It's IASIC1, IASIC1.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Armstrong, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Once again, I am Sarah Armstrong. I represent Americans for Safe Access in Ventura and Los Angeles counties. I would just like to reiterate that all of this discussion about education, any actions that you take are not valid unless they are scientifically based and fact-driven. And for many years, when you talk about prohibitionist tropes about the dangers of cannabis, it really does have an ability to seep into the conversation. In my county, the Department of Health pulled all of their cannabis literature because an investigation showed that it had come from prohibitionists and that it was in fact inaccurate information. I hope that this subcommittee will add the issue of education as a component to what it addresses, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chair Jamalian, at this time, there are no other requests for comment on this on agenda item number 6. Would you like to close comment?
Yes, please.
Actually, I'm going to hold that. One more just popped up. Diana Esmeralda, I've just sent you a request to unmute.
Hi, sorry, I thought my hand was up already. Let me get to my notes here. Where did I go? Give me one moment. I just lost my notes. Oh goodness. I had some really good notes here. I just want to say that Prop 64 changed the way that, and Prop 64 restricted the medical patient's rights. Prop 215 was a state program that was not regulated by local control. We were collectives and mutual benefit corporations, and we were local programs providing safe access to our communities. The protocols and abilities for medical patients to gather and share information and clean medicine has been eradicated by Prop 64. Commercial cannabis is trying to recreate a medical program, and bud tenders are not caregivers. We had doctors and local offices providing cannabis recommendations to patients, and the first thing the delivery service would ask is, what has the cannabis doctor prescribed to you, and did you go over pharmaceutical prescriptions with them? Medical patients are acquiring their cannabis from veterinarians and liquor stores now. Liquor stores are part of the problem. They have CBD derived from hemp. It's not tested, it's not regulated. They're giving it to everybody. And medical patients have been forced to go to that dirty distillate. Okay. Prop 64 brought out distillate and high potency
30 seconds.
things. And, you know, distillate is not the same as the whole spectrum cannabinoids in the plant. And so it's a commercial product. And these things are not being addressed by this body. The medical program, again, has been eradicated, and Prop 64 is not going to be able to fix this problem. You need to give the medical programs back.
All right, Chair Jamalian, that was the last request for public comment.
Thank you. Public comments are closed. I suggest we tackle agenda item number 7 and then take an earlier lunch break if everyone's okay with that. So item number 7 would be the laboratory subcommittee report. Member Frazier, thank you for your work, and the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, as a subcommittee of one, the laboratory meeting was a bit different from the other subcommittee meetings. In February, I posed a series of questions to the public and asked for public input on the responses. From there, I developed a list of priorities to focus on in 2023 that were inclusive to the concerns of the operators and advocates who attended the meeting. So the topics that the laboratory subcommittee have identified fall into 3 basic categories. The first one is potential changes to regulation, things that aren't in our current set of rules that would be beneficial. The second is existing regulations which need additional specificity or enhanced enforcement that would be meaningful and lead to better standardization between the laboratories. And then finally, the third is in areas in which additional education and training from the DCC is needed. There was a lot of requests for, clarity on certain rules and how the laboratories are due to operate. So with those 3 categories, I identified a few focuses, and let's all, for the public, remind ourselves that at every CAC meeting there will be a public comment available to bring additional topics that aren't on the agenda. But if you think about those 3 categories, you'll find the right meeting for yourself. So in that first category of potential changes to regulation, the subcommittee will focus on an action limit for category 1 pesticides with the goal of identifying, recommending specific action limits and for each category 1 pesticide, excuse me. Secondly, standardization of the approach to LOD and LOQ levels, keeping in mind what is achievable for laboratories and what would be the most positively impactful to public health. Finally, microbial testing. That's going to include standardization of techniques and potential required incubation times so that the micro results aren't as much of a lottery as they currently are, as people may refer to that. And then in our second category of the second category of existing regulations, we will focus on sampling techniques, requirements for annual licensure, public availability of COAs and data packets, and ISO accreditation for all required analytes to be tested. These are all things that are currently required, but there's some labs that haven't really gotten that far yet, and some rules about COA availability at dispensaries that aren't necessarily being followed. And then finally, in the category of education, the subcommittee will focus on identifying topics for training and guidance materials that the DCC can provide to operating laboratories, as well as to distributors and retailers, which will lead to more compliance across the entire supply chain. So since the labs are in the middle of that transaction, we're going to make sure each side of it understand what's happening and what it means to them and how they can remain compliant throughout these changes. And then overall, we are focused on recommendations that will lead to standardization between laboratories, transparency of methods and results, and improved safety and consistency of cannabis products. And that's all I have, Chair.
That's a lot. Thank you.
It'll be fun.
Obviously, you're really in the subject matter and an expert. Could you kind of elaborate on the changes that have taken place, the new testing standards, and how there's a really interesting point you made that there's a component where you're educating the manufacturer or the cultivator, the lab, and the consumer. I know from our experience now, seeing that how lab results have changed due to the new standardization, how has that impacted the consumer?
Well, great question. Well, the potency standardization has been delayed. It was withdrawn. So if, I'm not sure what information you're gathering there from, but there's no enforced DCC public method. Maybe Christina would better speak on this.
No, there's a few labs that had already adapted it before it was canceled. So we saw the fluctuation when they were basically getting ready for it.
Understood. Yeah, I mean, I would just frankly say that those labs are probably needed some adjusting. If they've already had to adjust their methods, it probably was due to more correction of what they were prior doing than any rule that is applied to everyone. So
Okay,
there is
understood.
no current method that everyone is running. But if anyone has used that as a marketing tool for changes to their clients, that's probably because they were not in the best compliance to begin with. And I just say that openly without saying any names, but just in general, since there isn't a required rule, I would more or less think that that is more of an enforcement action than this proposed change that was withdrawn.
Great. Thank you for that. That's very
Yeah.
educational.
And then that's actually a huge part of it, because we want to make sure when changes do happen, the whole supply chain understands why, versus getting different stories from every lab they're working with about what's happening with their data and their processes. That's exactly part of what we want to clear up, so no one is allowed to use regulation to actually perpetuate or promulgate more bad practices, or excuse why things may have changed from what data you've seen.
That's great. And it will increase consumer safety, obviously, significantly when you achieve that. But
absolute goal.
Thank you for putting that in context. I really appreciate it. Is there any other committee member that has any questions for Member Frazier or any input? In that case, we can open this item up for public comment. Moderator, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. We are now going to open for public comment agenda item number 7. If you would like to make a comment on agenda item number 7, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon. If you have logged onto the meeting, or press *3 if you've called into the meeting. You will have 2 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning, and when your time is up, you'll be muted and we'll move on to the next request for comment. Each member of the public will have one opportunity to speak on this agenda item. So without further ado, 6 asterisks. I have sent you a request to unmute.
Hello, this is Paul Hansberry, and I'm going to be painfully blunt. Any regulations that you have about testing practices, any chemist, any scientist who's licensed to operate this equipment knows how to take a sample. The reason that we're having the disparity is because they cheat. The unscrupulous people that do this in order to get higher THC values so that they can demand higher prices for their higher THC, the only way that the consumer is able to judge what they're buying is to look at it and look at the label for the THC levels. If we bought alcohol like that, we'd all be drinking Everclear. The testers will say that they are testing, say, a gram and only test a half a gram and get higher levels. So it's not the procedures, it's not the regulations. All that's doing really is just angering the laboratory, just poking the tiger. The only thing that will ever really work, and it has worked in several other states, is a secret shopper. If you see cannabis that says it's 45% THC, that should be a big red flag. It's almost impossible to get to that level. So having a secret shopper come in and retest at the state labs, those sorts of things would go a long way in keeping the people honest. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Travis, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Hello, thank you. My name is Travis Ruthenberg. I work for a testing laboratory, ST Labs. I would like to thank Paul for his comment, which I think was spot on, and mentioned that that was a topic of discussion in the laboratory committee submeeting, and we hope it will be addressed. I apologize, this is probably not the right venue for this question, However, two of the committee members have mentioned the DCC potency standard operating procedure being either delayed or withdrawn. We've been seeking information about the status of this procedure, which was meant to be published at the first of the year and hasn't been published, and we've not been able to get any answer on the status about when this will be implemented or whether or not this will be implemented by the DCC, and I was hoping someone on the committee could provide some further information on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Sweeter, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Thank you for your time today. I just wanted to clarify at least one thing. Antonio's comments about standardizing methods or standardizing an industry. Antonio, I want you to make sure are you saying standardizing methods across the industry, or are you saying standardizing the industry? I think those are two misconceptions the public is going to have a struggle here, or whoever's on this phone call, with what's being said there. And I believe you're saying standardizing the industry. Thus, by doing round robin shopping or the other suggestions we made during that phone call, not standardizing method and publishing method and giving it out to every laboratory. I wanted to make that very clear before moving on. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Jamali, it looks at this point like we have no more public commenters on agenda item number 7. Oh, wait. I have 2 more. Steve, I've sent you a request to unmute. Steve, you're unmuted. Steve, you're unmuted. Oh, just dropped off. Anthony Avalos, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Thank you for the time. I hope that this question is appropriate. Is there any appetite or any discussion around the DCC having a state-sponsored laboratory so that we can kind of standardize the practice, move it away from being a profit-generating business and just part of the regulatory framework of cannabis, law? Just an idea. I'm just kind of spitballing, and I wanted to bring it up to the committee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Diana Esmeralda, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Hi, my name is Diana Esmeralda. I am a consumer of cannabis within the California market. Also, former secretary on the board for the High Desert Cannabis Association. Lab testing is kind of a faulty program. I've been around before cannabis was tested and after, and right now it's not looking really good. Each plant can have variations in THC. The crown can have higher concentrations of THC, and the bottom of the plant might have less. So there's variations all over just one plant. So I'm not understanding this program very much. As a consumer, it's concerning that when a company's cannabis doesn't pass testing, it gets washed into some type of a concentrate, or it will, end up going out the back door to the black market and also to the medical consumer, because we are having problems getting our medicine. So lab testing has a lot more problems than just on its face. It's a community issue and creates confusion too in the community. When I was at MJ BizCon, there were companies there that just wash cannabis that has not been passed by testing so that they can create the oils and stuff and then put it back onto the market for consumers to consume. That is a really big problem, and that is not providing safe access to consumers. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Strang, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Thank you. I wondered, first of all, I really appreciate the suggestion of state-operated laboratories. I was trying to find a list of laboratories somewhere and I couldn't find a master list anywhere. So many times, those of us in the community who happen upon things would love to get what they're finding tested. And as best as I can tell, we have no way to do that. I tried all the Google ways I could, and none of those worked. My loved one, when his psychiatrist put him in the mental health hospital, wondered if perhaps he'd gotten a hold of some marijuana products, and perhaps that's what precipitated his psychotic break. And so I went to my loved one's home to try to find something. The only thing I could find was a little bag of unmarked gummy bears, and I wanted to have it tested so I could confirm that for his doctor. But anyway, there just wasn't a master list of laboratories that I could find. Thank you, subcommittee, for letting me make that suggestion.
Thank you. And Steve, I've sent you a request to unmute. There you go.
Hey, can you hear me this time?
I sure can.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for putting this together. This is great. I like to consider myself a educated purchaser. And what I've noticed is when I buy from certain lab tested products, I'm getting what I expect. And then when I buy from other labs, I get these really big numbers and it doesn't come out like those big numbers. So a simple fix as a consumer would be to be able to just see which lab tested it on the label. And then I know I can avoid, I mean, somebody said it already on the phone that they're just straight out cheating. We know kind of which ones are which. So it'd be nice to know which lab tested it really quickly so that I can just avoid those products and stick to the labs with integrity. That's all I got.
Thank you. Jesse Noble, I've just sent you a request to unmute.
Hi there. Yeah, I would support that. What the last guy just said also, that's totally just like right in front of all of our faces and it's brilliant. And why isn't it like that? The labs ought to identify themselves with their label so that no matter what they test or no matter where their claim label ends up, you can tell who's saying it. I mean, that's just like totally on its face. We need that. We shouldn't even have to make a case for it. It's so obvious. So I'd support that. And then also the idea of a state lab is a good idea also too, to keep the oversight, to make it not a for-profit thing. It might ought to just be part of like the other guy said, the regulatory framework. Part of it includes state testing. I don't think it's that we should just turn right to it as the solution without examining it, but it's making a pretty good case for it to me. I mean, it makes a lot of sense to me. And I guess that's probably all I've got on the lab subject. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Richard Miller, I've sent you a request to unmute.
And I like to appreciate the honesty of all the people that have spoken before on this topic. I have been in this industry now for 30 years working with medical cannabis patients, and the plight that they're going through right now is really difficult. Testing is most important, and what I've seen from the testing in the past is inflated. Now, I've been testing products for 6 years prior to the state mandating it, so I have seen these test levels go over through the years and get hyperinflated. It is something that we really need to do to correct this, to have a check and balance system on it. And I do agree, we do need secret shoppers going out testing our products to keep our manufacturers, distributors, and operators on the up and up. But more importantly, we know that the pharmacological effects are caused by terpenes and that we must address this issue and we must have testing for terpenes as well. I thank you for your time in this important matter, and I look forward to the further discussions. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you. Once again, Chair Jamalian, it looks like we have no more commenters on agenda item number 7. Would you like to close comment?
Yes, please. Public comments are closed. Thank you for your input, Member Fraser. I'm so glad that you're the one leading this committee and that you're going to stick to science. With that, I think that concludes agenda item number 7, and we would take a 45-minute recess. Is that right, Christina? 45 minutes?
Whatever the committee would like to take. So 45 minutes would put us coming back just around 1 o'clock.
That's perfect. Thank you. Nice to see you, Nicole.
Good afternoon, Chair Jamalian. It's about 1:05. Are we ready to do a roll call to see if we have quorum after break?
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right, very good. All right, Member Bauer. Member Bauer, are you back?
Present.
Dr. Brown?
Present.
Member Brown? Member Brown? Okay, Member Christensen?
Hi, I'm back. Yes.
Great. Member Clifford? Member De La Rosa?
Present.
Member Frazier?
Present.
Member Iwamoto?
Present.
Member Nevedal? Member Payan?
Present.
Member Shockley?
Present.
Member Tupy?
Present.
And Member Woolsey?
Present.
Okay, we do have a quorum.
Great. With that, we are up on agenda item number 8, the Equity Subcommittee report. Next up, I will have Member Shockley give us his findings of his Equity Subcommittee report. Member Shockley, floor is yours. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, so we, as the Equity Subcommittee, met in early March, and we discussed the topic of data collection around social equity and how data can support the state's efforts in supporting equity. We had a really robust discussion. The elements that were the main focus of the discussion included data collection on ethnicity of business owners and percentage of ownership interest, startup costs for equity businesses, and ability for operators to access capital, the metrics on numbers of jobs created by equity operators, and the tax revenue paid by equity operators to state and local jurisdictions. We also discussed how data can be used to further social equity goals, including improved advocacy ability related to the potential economic impact of equity operators, reinvestment in local communities, assessing effectiveness of social equity programs in helping operators enter the licensed market and be successful. Any of the existing data collection models that DCC could emulate is one of the things that we also discussed. Some of the jurisdictions that came up in that discussion were Los Angeles and the city of Oakland, and looking at the best practices that they've been able to implement in data collection and analysis and how they've used that. The subcommittee also passed a motion, which was to recommend that the main CAC recommend to the DCC to conduct a statewide social equity assessment to collect data statewide and better align the needs of social equity. And this impacts in so many different areas, particularly, who is social equity, which is another discussion that our social equity subcommittee will be having in the future. So yeah, that's my report back for our committee.
Does any of our fellow committee members have questions for Member Shockley? Obviously, there's a lot to digest here. I would like to start asking you, you've obviously identified a lot of really good points that we need to assess as the recommendation is also worded. How many of these, or what, I see that some of these points would kind of rely on self-reporting of applicants, where there's other data points that you would be able to attain through, maybe the DCC licensing system and such, right? Could you maybe just elaborate a little bit on those, like how you see them actually being executed? I think that would help the public understand.
This is actually something that we plan to discuss further in the next social equity subcommittee, because we do want to add on this initial recommendation for the state to do a statewide equity assessment, and we want to add specifics to that. So we're have it on our future agenda in the social equity subcommittee for any folks out there who want to participate in that, to come up with exactly what are the metrics we want used, what do we want to look for, all the different minutia of that.
So would it be fair to say that the recommendation today is sort of giving the DCC a heads up so they can get those cogs working and be prepared for a more granular sort of execution of said assessment?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Great. Thank you for clarifying that. Any of the other members want to make a comment, questions? You have Member Shockley's attention. Take advantage. With that, Member Shockley, would you agree that we should probably open to public comment, have the motion to adapt your recommendation for the DCC, and then open for public, table it and open for public comment so we can maybe get some more input?
Sure, that sounds appropriate.
So can we get a motion to adapt the recommendation as is?
I'll make that motion. This is Member Payan.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. With that, we will table the motion and open for public comment on the Social Equity Subcommittee's report.
All right, thank you. We will now open for public comment, agenda item number 8. If you would like to make a comment, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon next to your name if you've logged onto the meeting, or by pressing *3 if you've called into the meeting. For the sake of time, you'll have 2 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning. When your time is up, you'll be muted and we will move on to the next request for comment. Each member of the public will have one opportunity to speak on each agenda item. And again, we are taking public comment on the specifics of the equity report out that we just heard. So with that, I will send Anthony Avalos. You've just been sent. There you go.
Good afternoon. First, I commend everybody for the work that they're doing. This is not easy. We're literally building the plane while it is thousands of feet in the air. So I understand the difficulty and the challenges with the nuances of this conversation. I would like to very much support the idea of doing a statewide equity assessment. I would like to offer an idea or two as to what to identify within that assessment. I think that the cost of the individual municipalities, and when I say cost, I mean the cost of the permitting process, licensure, and even up to sustaining a specific business type for a year, identifying that cost, and then identifying the benefits that come with social equity beneficiaries or benefits, the social equity benefits, seeing if there's any discrepancies there. Ultimately, seeing if the benefits that one receives from being a social equity applicant actually can get them to the point where they can open and run a business for at least a year's time. The second thing that I would like to do is make sure that this equity assessment identifies the extent of a 90-plus year war on us, also known as the war on drugs. The reason why this is so important is because there is a huge difference in the way that farmers from the Mendocino and Humboldt Mountains were treated versus the way that Black, Brown, and Indigenous people were specifically targeted at up to 5 times the rate of their white counterparts for any cannabis use. Again, I very much appreciate the work. I hope that this assessment is thorough and complete, and I would love to be a part of that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Diana Esmeralda, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Hi, my name is Diana Esmeralda. I was in this subcommittee meeting and I really appreciated a lot of what transpired there. I'm willing to help build a better equity program. What I came away with was part of it, and I'm sorry I missed the speaker's assessment and what they were going to do. So I would take all of the data questions and subjects, you know, from that meeting, because there were a lot, and draft them into separate questionnaires and present it to 5 different groups of that are operating and trying and participating in the market. So people that don't live in a place that allows for medical or commercial cannabis, those people need to be identified and addressed. Existing applicants, we need to do some kind of audit on where they are and why their processes are languishing. Municipalities that don't allow for cannabis is a big problem because that's where a lot of the cartel has taken over communities like mine. Because we're surrounded by cities that don't allow for cannabis, but we do. And so it's created a big problem here. Then we also have to focus in on municipalities that have social equity money in the state, but haven't started their programs. Where is that? Where are those funds? And municipalities that have social equity programs, they need to be audited also, because we're hearing that half of those dollars are going to the city themselves for quote unquote operational costs. And that doesn't serve the residents of California locally or on a state level. We need to contact all local jurisdictions that have not started the cannabis program, ask what the
Attendee Anira, I've sent you a request to unmute. Anira, you're unmuted. Attendee Anira. We're going to move on. If you can, we cannot hear you. Attendee Shona, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Hi, this is Shona. I attended Chairman Shackley's committee, and there was a lot to hear. And I just want to reiterate a few things that I didn't hear today. I heard a lot of support for Bradford's 51 bill. I know that the current equity business people are really struggling to survive, which is exactly the opposite of a lift up. I also heard concern for the surrender of sovereignty for tribal equity. And I think that tribal equity is a different space than urban or rural equity. And all of the different types of equity need input from those direct stakeholders. I'm also concerned that a lot of the budget's going towards law enforcement and raids, and very little seems to actually be getting to drug war impacted neighborhoods like the neighborhoods that many of my membership live in, which are basically, for lack of better words, disabled ghettos in San Francisco. I'd like to see the promise of 64 at least be attempted in some manner to actually do reparations to the communities impacted. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Last call for comment on agenda number 8. All right, Chair Jamali, it looks like we are done with comment on agenda number 8.
Great, thank you. With that, we close public comment. We have a motion on the floor. If there is no other input on the motion, I would like to take the vote on that motion.
Okay, are we ready to take a vote?
I believe so, unless any of the members have anything to add. We'll take that as a no. And yes, if you don't mind taking the vote.
You bet. Member Bauer,
Aye.
Dr. Brown. Member Brown. Member Christensen.
Aye.
Member Clifford.
Aye.
Member De La Rosa.
Aye.
Member Frazier.
Aye.
Member Ewamoto.
Aye.
Member Nevedal. Member Payan.
Aye.
Member Shockley.
Aye.
Member Tupy.
Aye.
Member Woolsey.
Excuse me, aye.
And Chair Jamalian.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes.
Thank you, Member Shockley, for your presentation. That concludes item number 8. Moving on to item number 9. Next up is the presentation by the DCC regarding the cannabis the local jurisdiction retail access grant program. Sorry. With that, I will give the floor to Deputy Director of Policy, Christina Dempsey. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Jamalian. Just give us a second while we load up the slide deck.
And I think one thing that we heard in public comment is obviously whether it's lack of access or thinking that there's a big oversupply in the market. I think the next point really nails it. We just need more retailers. That way, there wouldn't be such a limited amount of shelves that producers could go to as well. So the local jurisdiction retail access grant really addresses a lot of problems at once. So not to be taken lightly.
Christina, I think the slide deck is just loading. It's a fairly large slide deck, so I think it's still loading.
Thank you, Nina.
Christina, you set?
I think I am all good. Thank you, Nina.
Great, thanks. Thank you.
All right. So we brought this topic to the CAC during the September and December meetings with 5 questions for CAC input. And then we developed grant guidelines that implement this program. And so we'd like to share this presentation to provide you an update on the final grant guidelines that were adopted. So As background before I get going, as a reminder, the Medicinal and Adult Use Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act establishes a dual regulatory structure for cannabis, which means that businesses need both a state license and local authorization in order to operate. Importantly, there is also an allowance that local jurisdictions may prohibit the establishment or operation of cannabis businesses. And the notable exception to this is Senate Bill 1186, which was signed into law last year, which says that beginning January 1, 2024, a local jurisdiction may not prohibit medicinal retail delivery. What we've seen is that the state is a patchwork of areas where it is and is not legal to establish a cannabis business, and likewise it is and is not legal to access a cannabis retail. So as of February 2023, we still have 61% of the state jurisdictions within the state where there's not any type of retail cannabis business activity allowed, whether storefront or delivery. So these are really the targets of the grant program. Importantly, some of the feedback that we've received from local governments is that the reason that they have prohibited cannabis businesses is not always because they don't want to, but because they do not have the resources, whether that's staffing or money, to be able to develop a cannabis program. So this grant program is really designed to address that. By supporting local governments in establishing cannabis retail licensing programs, this grant seeks to reduce the size of the illicit market and establish sufficient cannabis retail stores statewide to meet what is existing consumer demand for cannabis. This grant program aims to provide consumers with reliable access to regulated, tested cannabis in the legal market, and thereby better protecting consumer and community safety. Notably, this is the first time any state across the country, at least to our knowledge, has offered grants to provide access to retail cannabis licensing at the local level. A brief timeline of notable dates for this grant. The first is that we published grant guidelines on February 14th last month. The application submission period opens tomorrow, and local governments will be able to submit applications for this grant program until April 28th. We will be awarding grants in the phase one, first phase of funding in early June, and then the overall program runs until June 30th, 2026. There are two funding rounds of this grant. These two rounds were established in the budget bill. The first funding round is what we are accepting applications for right now. So this is funding for local jurisdictions to develop and implement a local cannabis retailer licensing program. About half of the total funding for this grant program is allocated to phase one, and we intend to make these awards by June 20th, 2023. The second phase of funding awards funding to jurisdictions that receive phase one funding, and it is in response to the jurisdiction issuing licenses, and so it's funding based on the number of retail permits issued. The second half of the total grant funding is going to be available in phase two, and there are maximums for what each jurisdiction can receive. In phase one, the first payment, in phase one, there's two payments that will occur for any awarded funds. The first payment is 80% of the initial award, and it's distributed when the grant agreement is executed. The second payment is 20% of the initial award plus any equity bonus funding that's awarded, if applicable, and that's distributed after the establishment of the cannabis retail licensing program. One of the requirements in the budget bill is that the awarded funds are tiered by population, and so we've done so here, as you can see in the chart. In phase one, jurisdictions that adopt provisions to issue licenses to equity businesses will receive additional funding on top of their additional award amount. So that was shown in that previous chart. We've outlined eligible uses for equity bonus funding, that some of which are listed here as examples, but essentially requirements that this equity bonus funding be used to directly support the equity program and equity businesses. In phase 2, jurisdictions receive funding after the issuance of a local retail permit, and this funding amount is doubled if the licensee is an equity business. So there's a lot of opportunity for jurisdictions to receive reimbursements in this funding round. The application review is on a first come, first served basis. So applications are processed in the order that they are received until funding is exhausted. But we have included opportunities to prioritize certain types of applications from local governments. The first prioritization is for local governments that include an equity plan with their application. So we are seeking to incentivize local best practices by prioritizing programs that support equity operators. Local jurisdictions that submit a plan to incorporate equity into their permitting process will be eligible for 2 priority review points, which will bump up their application for review. The second area is related to those areas of the state where there is especially limited access to licensed cannabis retailers. Through national surveys, we have been able to make approximations about how many cannabis consumers reside in various areas throughout the state. Through those surveys, we know that the rates of cannabis consumption have risen slightly, but overall have remained relatively steady over time, even through legalization. But what we've seen is that in areas where jurisdictions have allowed the establishment of cannabis retailers, consumption has not necessarily increased, but rather it seems to be shifting from illicit or informal sources to licensed sources. In 18 counties across the state, consumer consumption is higher than average, but availability of licensed cannabis retail outlets is low. There are also 9 counties where the rates of cannabis consumption are relatively substantial, but there are either 1 or 0 licensed cannabis retailers in the county or within any cities within the county. Because cannabis consumers within these areas would benefit from expanded access to licensed cannabis, these counties and the cities within them will receive priority review should they apply for a grant and implement a permitting program. The final areas for priority review are for those, it's based on some of the feedback that we received from jurisdictions that have proactively regulated cannabis already. And what we've heard from them is that establishing a cannabis-specific licensing program can be resource and time intensive, and that by utilizing existing local permitting processes and review pathways, it can really simplify cannabis permitting processes for a local government. So this last category would provide priority review points for jurisdictions that would license cannabis businesses through existing non-cannabis permitting processes that are already in place in that local jurisdiction, or for those local jurisdictions that propose to license cannabis retail projects that already qualify for categorical exemptions under CEQA. So these are both designed to support the exponential start of these programs and limited resources being required by the local government. There are 3 main components of the application that local jurisdictions will be required to submit to us for consideration for this grant. The first is a cover sheet, which just describes basic information about the local jurisdiction, what funds they're requesting, their eligibility for priority review, what their current cannabis program status, if any, is, and any laws that they've already adopted. The second is a permitting plan. So this is the sort of meat of what their plan is for establishing a cannabis retail permitting program. It has milestones that they expect to meet in terms of the timeline for rolling out a program, the type of staffing and resources they expect it will require. To go back one slide, the permitting plan would also include the equity program plan if the local government is submitting that as well. And then the final application component is a budget plan that really outlines how the local jurisdiction would spend funds received under this program to support the creation of a local cannabis retailer licensing program. A few additional requirements that I want to highlight for the committee. The first are reporting requirements for any local jurisdictions that receive grants under this program. There are two requirements. One is an annual progress report that must be submitted by every jurisdiction that receives funds. It will be submitted in December of each year and report back on that calendar year. And it describes the way that they've spent money and any activities that they have held during the year. The second is for any jurisdictions that receive funds but do not establish a permitting program by October 31st, 2025, they will have to submit a closeout report in addition to their annual progress report, which describes their experience, why they haven't yet established a permitting program, and the status of cannabis retail within the jurisdiction. Likewise, DCC has reporting requirements for this grant program. So we will be submitting an annual report to the legislature every year in March. There's four bullets listed on the slide here that we will be including in each of these reports to the legislature. Wanted to point the committee and members of the public to where you can receive additional information about this program. We have an abundance of guidance about this program on our website. The link is listed here, but it's under the About Us tab and then the grant funding menu item. We have a lot of resources on that page itself, but our grant guidelines are also posted on that page. And it contains all of the details about the grant program, the requirements of the program, the application process, the reporting process, and so on. And with that, I will turn it back over to the committee for any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much, Christina. Any of my fellow committee members have questions, input? I know that we discussed this item a lot last time. Member Chalkley?
Yeah, just a quick question about the bonus point that that's given to cities who have a social equity plan in their application. I know you mentioned that there would be 2 points. 2 points out of how many total points possible? Or is there a way you can explain, like, is every other category given 1 point and social equity is given 2, or how does that work?
Yeah, having an equity plan receives 2 points, or being in an area with high consumption but low access to licensed retail also receives 2 points. The other areas that we outlined, which are the streamlined approach to CEQA and utilizing existing pathways, are each 1 point. Equity and consumption were both given 2 points because those are the 2 areas that were called out in the budget bill as DCC being required to prioritize.
And then could you also talk a little more about the double the amount of the grant for social equity businesses that are licensed for jurisdictions, and how that works? Is that a reimbursement for local jurisdictions?
Yep, so that's part of the phase 2 funding. Let me see if I can get back to the slide here to throw it up here. So in phase 2 of the grant program, Any jurisdiction that has implemented a program by receiving funds under this grant can receive this phase 2 funding as they issue licenses. So what this phase is trying to do is to incentivize jurisdictions to actually issue these licenses and do so quickly. When they issue licenses, they can receive $75,000 per retail license, or that amount is doubled if the license that they issued is an equity license. What this funding can be used for is, again, the $75,000 portion of it can be used for any of the jurisdiction's costs in setting up and implementing their cannabis program. That additional $75,000 that is part of the equity bonus for an equity license must be used to support the equity program.
Got it. Thank you.
And Christina, when you say must be used to support the equity program, can that also be directly deployed to that equity licensee, and can that grant be passed on, or does it have to be spent by the municipality?
It can be. So we've outlined a number of eligible uses for this. And one of the allowances that we've made is that essentially any of the equity related funding has to be used to support the equity program or equity businesses. There's a number of eligible uses that the jurisdiction can employ those funds in support of those two things. One of the ways is an explicit allowance for any sort of direct funding opportunity, direct financial assistance. So things like fee waivers, tax relief, and so on, certainly would be allowed under this program.
Even a cash disbursement to the said equity applicant to cover compliance related costs would that be?
Yeah, that would be fine under the equity funding.
That's great. I'm glad you guys considered that.
I think it's important to note as we're talking about this, some of the details of what gets set up at the local level, both for an overall cannabis program and for the way that they think about and implement an equity program is really going to rely on some of this like local resident stakeholder feedback about what is really successful. So we've really created with some parameters for reasonableness, we've created a wide array of opportunity for local jurisdictions to employ these funds in ways that make sense for their community, that support the goals that they're trying to achieve. But I also think it's important to say that there's a role for residents and stakeholders to play in coming to those local jurisdictions and telling them how they think that funding would be best spent.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most important components. Every local jurisdiction is different, so definitely go to your local meetings and make your voice heard. A building permit in Bakersfield takes a different timeline than one in Sacramento. So I think those are the costs that usually the equity applicants especially have to bear up front. So definitely go talk to your local jurisdictions. Any other comments or questions for Christina?
This is Dr. Brown. I have a question, if that's okay.
Floor is yours, Dr. Brown.
Thank you. I'm just concerned about some of the other allowable costs for equity entrepreneurs. Will they be allowed to spend some of this grant on leasing fees for commercial property, or build out costs, or legal fees, things of that nature? Are those going to be a part of the allowable costs for this grant?
So this grant is going to local governments to then employ as they see fit in setting up these programs. We haven't established a lot of restrictions on how the local government employs these funds for equity businesses. So it could really be a number of things in support of what the equity businesses need, as long as it's being used in support of the equity program and equity businesses.
Is there a percentage of the direct funding that needs to go to equity entrepreneurs, like the CEG grant? 80% of that grant has to be direct financial support. Is this grant similar?
No, there is not a requirement for that. There's certainly an allowance for local governments to use any of this equity funding or any of the funding in general for direct financial assistance, but we stopped short of requiring direct funding, as the main goal of this program is to expand access to licensed retail. And some of the feedback that we received was that that might limit local participation in the program.
Thank you.
Any other questions that I can answer?
Guess we're going to public comment on this item then. With that, moderator, if you could open up for public comment, please. Thank you, Christina. That was very informative.
I'm sorry, I have one more question before public comment, if I'm allowed.
Please.
Yes. I forget the slide, but it talked about if the jurisdictions aren't able to set up their program by 2026, will they be required to reimburse the state if they have spent funds but have not, established a program? I'm interested in that.
Yeah, that's a great question. So here's the slide. It's the closeout report. So what we're requiring is a report from the local jurisdictions if they haven't set up their program by October 31st, 2025. So this is about 2 years from the time that they would have received their initial funding to then. And the answer is it really depends. So in the application plan, in the permitting plan that they'll submit as part of their application, we're having them outline specific timelines, milestones to the standing up of a permitting program. There are remedies for non-performance that are included in the grant guidelines that essentially say that a jurisdiction that is not making progress towards those milestones that they committed to in their application could have funds clawed back. So we would certainly look back at that application plan and see where they are. Are they on the cusp of setting it up, but they didn't make this date? Or are they really off track in terms of meeting what they said they would in terms of getting these funds?
Does that answer your question, Dr. Brown?
Yes. Seems like there's going to be a lot of, I'll hold my comment. Thank you.
I mean, I think there's still a little bit of ambiguity, but we haven't obviously seen the grant application. And then just from my own experience, those grant contracts definitely have a pretty defined scope of the deployment of the money and the return of it. So hopefully that we'll get an update on once the grant contracts are drafted.
I appreciate that. It just seems at this point there's a lot of area for subjectivity there.
Yeah, in some ways it really depends on what the local jurisdiction presents in terms of its application of their timeline for permitting. But we've outlined a date here that is seems reasonable that you could establish a program by October 2025. I will say that this is an area that we're looking closely at as this grant program continues. It was one of the questions that we posed to the CAC back in September and for the December meeting as well, which is, are there certain conditions under which we should consider for clawback of funds? So the way that we've really structured this is that it's based on performance.
Yeah, and I think if we even if there's a way to incentivize getting these programs up and running quicker and drawing more funds, that would probably be another thing to consider.
Yeah.
I would recommend for new jurisdictions coming online, there's a lot of best practices out here in the state, right? And take advantage of programs that have been established and the best practices and the pitfalls to avoid. They are creating their programming. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel all the time.
Yeah. Certainly agree with you there. What we hope to do is to connect some of these jurisdictions that are coming online with people who are part of programs of similar sizes, similar areas, so that they can learn from them.
Member Christensen.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate the overview, Christina, and also have gone to the website to review some of these materials here. And apologies for not, I'm new, so I don't have some of the context that was previously discussed in prior meetings. I was wondering if there was any consideration for medical licensees or any additional points discussed in terms of like perhaps prioritizing that. It was brought up earlier as an issue where there are still these sort of gaps in the market. And then I think my other question is, and maybe you don't have an answer to this, but are there opportunities for funding beyond this time frame, because 2026 comes up so quickly, and I know that the chair had mentioned like trying to expedite some of the systems, but a lot of the work that you guys have put into the development of this grant program really emphasizes the need for taking like a slow and thoughtful approach that involves community involvement. So there's that tension between trying to go quickly and also trying to take the time to get that community-based input that will really help to have a strong and stable, robust program for the long term.
Yeah, I'll start with the second question, and then if I miss the first question, remind me to come back to it. In developing the guidelines for this grant, we did a survey of local governments that already regulate cannabis and asked them about their timeframes to get their programs up and running, and also some of the attributes of program development that they found especially important in terms of recommending for others and then for themselves, certainly. The time frames really varied, but they centered around somewhere between a year and a half to get a program up and running, with at most being about 2 years. There were certainly some outliers there and saying like, it took us a number of years because we ran into XYZ number of roadblocks, but that seemed to be the general consensus, is somewhere between a year and 2 years, which is why we've constructed that deadline the way that we have. And then one of the pieces of feedback that we got was that engagement with the community about what type of program was really desired by the community, both in terms of engaging with cannabis businesses and engaging with other stakeholders, was really important, so that when the program rolled out, there was already buy-in from a number of different groups. So that's why we encouraged that as one of the activities, but certainly every local jurisdiction is going to be different, and some have already conducted activities like that and are not starting from scratch here. To your first question about medical access versus adult use, one of the questions that we posed to this committee again in September, December was, should we impose any requirements about or limit funding in any way to only those who consider medicinal use, only those who consider adult use, only those who allow for those who serve both? And there didn't seem to be a real consensus one way or the other. And as we talked about it, really the goal is to get these programs up and running. I think you have some sort of ancillary incentives to certainly consider medicinal use as a minimum with the upcoming implementation of SB 1186.
Thank you, super helpful.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Thank you, Christina. With that, we'll open up for public comment, please.
All right, then. Thank you very much. If you'd like to make a comment on agenda item number 9, which is the Cannabis Local Jurisdiction, you just changed the slide, Retail Access Grant Program, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name if you've logged onto the meeting, or by pressing *3 if you've called into the meeting. We are displaying instructions for your convenience. You'll have 2 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning. When your time is up, you'll be muted and we will move on to the next request for comment. Each member of the public has one opportunity to speak on each agenda item. And again, this is the agenda item on our Retail Access Grant Program that was just presented. So with that, Diana Esmeralda, I've just sent you a request to unmute.
Hi, I would love to do this program. I would love to participate. Something like this, annual reports, doesn't seem to be timely enough. We might want to reach out quarterly to these local jurisdictions. Many of the administrative processes that are behind this in the department at the state level and at the individual city levels, they don't have the proper forms. They haven't created the proper administrative processes, like really nailing down definitively exactly what form you have to fill out for this particular thing. You know, there's nothing there at the DCC. Trust me, I know. A lot of people can't get to these jurisdiction retail access grants because their cities don't allow for cannabis. And when we try and do the remedy through section 15019, it doesn't pan out. So now we've got the assembly bill, I guess, that is layering over that. This we can't get to these programs. Whoever you're trying to give money to, it's not working. Adelanto took $1,150,000 and used it to stack licenses in the city. And those people are not equity applicants and they're not retail access grant people, but they're going to end up getting this money anyways. So local corruption and lack of understanding of the program is the real problem here, and that is what needs to be addressed in these programs and grant
Thank
cycles.
you. Jesse Noble, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Agree with what you just said, last speaker. That's my struggle also. There's no guidance. They don't know, tell you which form to fill out and things like that. So I think hearing a lot of good solutions being proposed with these reporting back requirements. So whoever that person is in charge of the counter reporting or whatever, the back end reporting, closeout reporting, I think is what you called it. That would be the same person probably to guide you on how to make the application and comply with everything, because I keep seeing these notices. There's all kinds of deadlines that I'm about to miss. I can tell I'm going to miss them because I'm not sure what to do with them, and there's nobody to ask. People just link me to, oh, here's this application, here's that application. But what I need to do is explain my proposal, my vision for this project, and tailor a fit with a state agent, you know, a licensing agent or something. And I don't see why we can't use some of this grant money to at least make a home base for us as equity applicants to go approach. You know, if there was someone I could go to who I could explain all the benefits of what I'm proposing so that they would want it as well, and we could find, you know, exceptions and workarounds and stuff like that.
30 seconds.
That's really what's needed here, not just people pointing, oh, go to this, go to that, with all kinds of things I'm not unfamiliar with. I completely understand how to operate in my industry, but I don't know how to get this license at all. I don't know how to interface with you guys. I don't know how to do any of this. And I really need help. That's the only missing thing. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you. Judy Strang, I've sent you a request to unmute.
I'm struggling with this concept. For those of us who have family members in other types of businesses, we don't get money to have more of our type of businesses. Do you think this looks a little bit more like a bribe than incentivizing anything? Is this really what you want this to look like? Just my observation.
Thank you. P Walker 323, I've sent you a request to unmute. P Walker 323. Okay, we will move on. Retta, I've sent you a request to unmute.
I am one of those jurisdictions that, or represent one of those jurisdictions that is needing some assistance. We've been without a planner for years, but we do have now a city planner who is familiar with this. So, so thank you for hosting this. And question, is the slide deck going to be available that we can share this information with our elected officials? If so, how I can get a hold of that? And I understand the second question is the grant applications. As I understand, the order received is kind of the order of funding. So first come, first serve, if that you can clarify that that's correct. Great presentation, Shannon, George, really do appreciate that. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly McCormick, I've sent you a request to unmute.
And I would like to express that this proposal is very disrespectful to the communities that have chosen not to permit marijuana businesses. It is trying to induce them with money, and the costs of to the societal costs and law enforcement and medical costs, all of those things go up far more than any tax money they would receive, especially when the marijuana industry is asking right and left for lowering the tax rates. And so this is just really unfair to the cities that have chosen to not permit marijuana businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. P. Walker, 323, let's try this again. I've sent you a request to unmute. Yay.
I come from a public health perspective, which I think should be considered when this kind of taxpayer dollars are being spent. And what I see with this program is a focus solely on expansion with no consideration or focus on the impact of what that expansion means on public health. It pinpoints areas where access is low, and I question, how is that determined? What kind of quantitative analysis was or is conducted to determine that? Is there any quantitative analysis at the same time of projected public health outcomes? This is important because in Colorado, for example, surveys showed that for every dollar in tax revenue received from cannabis businesses, there were $4 in associated social costs such as health and mental health care treatment involved. So there is data on that available for anyone who questions those figures. This program also requires an annual report to the legislature. Again, I suggest that some of that grant money should be used for an annual report regarding the public health impact at the same time, because the public really deserves to know the outcomes of this kind of very one-sided investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Attendee Shona, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Fantastic presentation. I had to take a lot of deep breaths during it because, as some of you know and some of you may not know, I ran a different state ballot, and one of the major concerns that the activist legacy community has and will continue to have is that local control breeds local corruption and discrimination on applicants. And I can speak to that from experience. Even this year, I have turned things into the Office of Cannabis in San Francisco, requesting to be put on, grant and tech support, and have not. And I am the first person that ever applied for a fee waiver or even brought that forward as public policy in this realm. And my other concern is we have all of this grant money for people who want to be in the business, and where's the grant money for the people who are in the drug war impacted neighborhoods, the prisoners themselves that are rebuilding their lives that may not want to be in the business again. I just feel like this is a lot of, the repairs that everybody kept saying during the 64 battle is, oh, we'll fix that later. We'll fix that later. Well, the fix later was always on the compassion and the equity side and not on the businessman's side. So I think we need to secure some of these grants to restore compassion programs and get our own permitting process to each city. And I'm so sorry that so many people lost access through legalization. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. All right, last call for comment on agenda item number 9, the local retail access grant program. All right, Chair Jamalian, we are done with comment for agenda item number 9.
Thank you. That concludes agenda item number 9. Moving on to agenda item number 10, future agenda items. With that, I open up the floor to my fellow committee members. This is where we can discuss agenda items for the next agenda.
Committee member Frazier here.
Floor is yours.
Yes, I was wondering if we could put on the agenda about education campaigns, whether it be about the illicit hemp market or, why to buy legal, but just getting some industry insight to guide whether it be the contractors or the DCC directly on what type of information is going to help counter the, long sustained effort on the war on drugs and reefer madness. So I know someone earlier mentioned they were too young for it, but at the same time, the impacts and law enforcement's actions clearly show that the detriment is still impacting us. So, what ways can we get involved to help guide the education campaigns that the DCC is paying for, I think would be well worth our time.
I couldn't agree more.
I second that as well, Dr. Brown. There is a need for education across the state. People can have a historical analysis that is correct and accurate.
Totally agree. I think that's a great addition.
Yeah, I think that's always a big takeaway from these meetings, that there's still a lot of misinformation and a lot of just stigma and prejudice against this subject matter. So yeah, we should definitely talk about educational campaigns. I would also like to add on a more little granular level how the DCC or how it's regulated when we have packaging compliance changes. I know that a lot of operators, especially the small ones, get affected by having to get rid or relabel existing packaging material that was compliant like 2 months ago and is not compliant anymore because some government warning font has changed. So we definitely also need to address that, because that's something that impacts a lot of operators when there is label requirement changes or packaging changes. What do we do with the old packaging? Because it also creates an immense amount of waste. So that's something that I would suggest for the next agenda as well. Are there any suggestions for the future agenda items besides the one we just discussed? In that case, Christina, do we have to take public comment for this last item as well?
Yes, we do.
Then I would open up for public comment. Thank you, Nina.
You're welcome. All right, we are on public comment for agenda item number 10. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name if you've logged onto the meeting, or pressing *3 from your phone. You will have 2 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning, and when your time is up, you will be muted and we will move on to the next request for comment. So we will open up the comment for future agenda item recommendations, and the first commenter is 6 asterisks. I have sent you a request to unmute.
Hello, this is Paul Hansberry, Lovingly and Legally. My partner Susan and I have been advocating for this since the inception of the advisory committee. So I'd be remiss if I didn't request it for an agenda item again. A comprehensive cottage microbusiness license would solve so many problems for the small operator, would cut through a lot of the red tape. As long as the license was affordable and so that we could go back to the way things were, or at least some semblance of the way that the industry started. One piece at a time doesn't work. It's a mash of little things and these baby steps. I understand that that's the cautious way that legislators, go through things. And with the regulators, they take things a little bit at a time and dip their toes in. But a comprehensive cottage microbusiness license for the small farmer that would allow them all of the opportunities that they had with Malcursa. Would be a wonderful thing to explore and to see that, because the feasibility of it is time proven. So coming in, and we were supposed to regulate the existing business with Prop 64. It was supposed to regulate the existing industry, not create a new one, which is what it ended up doing. So please consider putting together a comprehensive cottage microbusiness license. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jesse Noble, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Hi there, guys. Kind of like the last guy, I've made this point a couple of times, and I don't want to be cutting in and trying to get my point when it's not really time to be talking about that. I don't want to do that, but I do need to bring it up because this is the forum to bring it up. So I just want to make it so we have a little time slot for it. An applicant should have somewhere to go and take their complaint of, I can't prosecute this, it's not moving forward, let's address it. Because everywhere I go currently, it seems like I'm asking people to do something extra outside of the scope of their job when I want them to take a look at what I'm doing. It's like pulling teeth trying to get them to look at it. It shouldn't be like that. There ought to be somewhere where I could go with somebody and show them everything, and we sit down and start trying to solve it cooperatively together. So I just like to get that scheduled in whatever way. I don't know if I'm articulating it properly, but I think you can tell what I'm getting at. Just the way that there's no one who specifically addresses what I'm trying to address. And I'm not the only one. I can hear other people talking about this too. That's all.
All right. Thank you. Judy Strang, I've sent you a request to unmute.
I was thinking for a future agenda item, something that would go a long way for those of us across the state that have a lot of concerns, is if the DCC could give us, if they haven't been doing enforcement operations on unpermitted businesses, and if they haven't been doing minor decoy operations, either at stores, or I should say in addition to stores and deliveries, if they could give us a timeline so that we would see that there's an intent there to recognize concerns that we have. I think everyone would care more if, well, we would always care. We would care if we felt like the DCC was listening to all sectors of our state and wanted to be responsive to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Attendee Shona, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Hi again, Shona. I think you're pretty by this point in the meeting, and thank you for holding a very long, hard meeting. You know that I'm going to ask for a future agenda item to have the state medical insurance coverage get on the map, tribal equity getting on the map. Also taking a look at grants and permitting processes for legacy compassion programs across the state, many of whom shut down due to 64. And, last but not least, by any means, we're at the emergency point, and there was a letter submitted by legacy and small craft farmers, which I do not think has gotten a response from the state government. But I think holding an emergency meeting to see how what is and made it to the map is even going to survive throughout the next year, and the next phase of sort of the more corporate takeover. I suggest an emergency meeting on that. So thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Diana Esmeralda, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Hi. Okay, so future agenda items. Remembering that I am living with 4 million square feet of stacked licensing cannabis in my backyard, 2 dispensaries that were through a corrupted dispensary process, we need an audit of each department head in the Department of Cannabis Control. Each code and law that is currently present in all of this needs to be checked over for lack of administrative processes, because that's a lot of where your bottleneck is coming from. Do not create new laws and amendments until the present administrative problems have been solved. And, it might be drastic to you, but to us, we're living in where you have literally taken medical patients and made us criminals. The plant didn't change. I didn't change. My invisible illnesses did not change. The state changed and took away my medicine. So we need to start realizing that there are millions of me all over the state. Even though there is cannabis in my backyard, I don't get to have any of it. So there needs to be some type of access, safe access for medical patients, and you need to help us roll back to the Prop 215 model and license those legacy operators. That's all.
Thank you. Attendee Becky Rapp, I've sent you a request to unmute.
For future discussion items, my suggestion would be focused on public safety. In Southern California, we're seeing a significant uptick in ED visits due to marijuana misuse, particularly among our young children and our aging adults. In California as a whole, the statistics are staggering. There's almost been an increase of 2,000% of ED visits due to marijuana misuse. So it's crucial that these conversations be had with medical professionals who are on the front lines when discussing things such as potency caps and warning labels on products. Thank you.
Thank you. And P. Walker, 323, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Oh, good. I didn't get that signal. Yes, I agree with that earlier speaker, the speaker just before me. The statistics are staggering, and you cannot deny the data or the stats that are coming out about ER admissions, hospitalizations, child poisonings. This is a serious side to this issue, and we need to confront it. So I would recommend for a future agenda item that you produce some kind of a state report on the impact on public health of these businesses. It's only fair to take a look at both sides. I think that's very important that we see it. It's not reefer madness. It's scientific-based data that will show us what is going on in terms of public health. So a state report on the impact on public health. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanna Cedar, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Last two callers about the need for scientific public health data sets about the increase in poison control calls and emergency room visits. But if a child is getting a hold of these products, of these products, they are cannabinoid products that are coming from the industrial hemp market. And it is not appropriate to place the blame on regulated retailers who do not sell to children. Yes, there is a crisis. Yes, the DCC, in conjunction with the Attorney General and the federal government, need to help address this. The CAC should also discuss it as a future agenda item. We have to deal with the hemp issue. You can't just push it aside. That needs to be an agenda item. I agree that kids are getting a hold of these things, but they're not getting it from the regulated market, period. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly McCormick, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Hello, this is Kelly McCormick, and I would like to say that some of the children that were referred to as ingesting cannabis are getting it from the regulated market, and specifically they're getting it from their parents or grandparents or older siblings who leave it lying around in the house. And I just got an email alert from Channel 7 in San Diego has run a report from Dr. Nautilus Laub of Rady Children's Hospital. She's a pediatrician there, and said the average age of the patient suffering from the effects of cannabis ingestion is 2 years old. She said, we're seeing kids that are getting very sick. They're finding, this is a quote, they're finding edibles that are left in purses, in bedside tables, on the ground, in junk drawers, wherever these edibles are, and they're eating them because they're delicious and they're colorful and they look like gummy bears, said Dr. Laub. So she goes on to talk about the rise in the numbers of children they're seeing. And the report says more research is needed to determine what's behind the increase, and it's critical for those who use edibles to keep them out of the reach of young children. And clearly the fact that that's still happening means that people are not getting the message about how dangerous these products can be for children. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, last call for recommendations for future agenda items, which is agenda item number 10. Last call for public comment on this agenda item. Chair Jamali, we have no more commenters.
Thank you, Nina. With that, I think our meeting is adjourned. I'd like to just point out that the PowerPoint presentation from the DCC and all meeting materials are available on the DCC website. So please go there and use the resources. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.